What's up, everybody? Let me see. Good to see you. Good to be here. Welcome to the lab. We got a New Year's Eve show for you guys tonight, and joined by my wonderful guests. Last year we did this on the interview room, and we have Chris McDonough of the interview room, Dr. Gary Brucato, forensic psychologist and author of The New Evil, also working on another book as we speak.
And one with Chris. Also working on a book with Chris.
Also working on a book with Chris.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No idea. How you doing, Chris?
Good. It's great to see you. We've been busy. We'll tell the audience in a little bit, but things have been going 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah, thanks, Gary.
Look at this new background you have.
Well, I'm at a hotel.
Wow.
I'm in a hotel. Yeah, we for the audience, we're moving, so we're closing on our house in about 8 days.
Oh.
And so in the middle of all of this, we're staying at a hotel. So I got Buddy across the pond here.
Ah.
He's trying to figure out a way to get up onto the bed.
He's like a billy goat.
He's a chicken beak, is what he is. The guy. He jumps all around. Gary, I listened to some of your stuff this morning. You wrote you're writing prolifically here.
Yeah. What do you think of it?
I like it. It.
Oh, it's like classical style.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
So
today I bid my a badly needed farewell to 2025. I have to tell you, I can't wait till this one's out.
I tell you, it's a zinger. It's a zinger.
It was a rough year.
Yeah.
A lot of levels.
I got to be honest with you. I'm sitting here, and Josh and I were just talking a second ago. I'm crossing my fingers that what we're watching right over here in Times Square is all copacetic for the whole night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I've had the same worry.
Yeah, but I was listening to some of the precautions that they were taking. I mean, hopefully, I think, Lord willing, that everybody will be safe and have fun and ring in the new year. So,
yeah, it's I mean, there's only so much you can do with security.
Yeah, it's always a work.
It's a little scary, and there's people from all over the world and people that are sort of amassed there, and it's just there's always somebody that wants to kind of ruin a good time, and you have to worry about that. It's reality, so but let's hope. And I have to say the law enforcement in New York does a remarkable job. I mean, they never get any credit. I mean, the things that they prevent are remarkable. There's so many things that go off without a hitch, and you have to be amazed. You know what I mean? But but it's I just think people have to be vigilant.
Yeah, I agree with that, and but it looks like everybody's having fun. The weather,
I was in SES at the time, but Yeah, we used to have all kinds of high profile stuff down there. I mean, San Diego is just notorious for high profile events.
Oh yeah,
But I mean, we don't have Times Square, where you get
right.
50,000 people in the middle of it, 200,000, whatever.
I mean, the problem is for people like me and like you know, who were paying attention to crime and studying it with an eye toward prevention. The problem is that there seems to be a uptick in political violence and violence tied to extreme religious ideology.
Right.
And so that I think we have to be especially mindful, because in both of those types of violence, you do tend to see a targeting of soft targets, and the idea being that you want to get a maximum number of people together who don't expect such a thing, and where it would be difficult to get emergency vehicles there and things like that. And it's awful. It's not like a personal cause stuff where you just go into a random place and do something. It's more calculated to be cruel, and so you see it more at parades and gatherings and concerts and church events, and you know what I'm saying. And it's I worry. I worry about this stuff, but there does seem to be an uptick in that, more than we've seen in just a little while. Have you noticed that too? All over the world too, particularly in Europe. Yeah.
Well, I'll give you an example. Like right now in Manhattan, right?
Mm-hmm.
At one police plaza, which is NYPD downtown, you know that where
Mhm.
that's at, Gary.
Oh,
Okay. Okay, so there's a couple of floors there. Right now it's activated for tonight's event. It's called the RTCC, which is the Real Time Crime Center. Okay. And RTCC is also there's another room. It's the Joint Regional Operations Center. Okay, it's the JROC.
Mm.
Okay, that's activated. That's on the fourth floor. RTCC is on the second floor.
Mm.
Okay, both of these rooms are activated. One room has about 50 guys that sit in it. The other room has about 30 guys that sit in it. I've been in both of those rooms in that building. Okay, when Shea was the commissioner down there, when Tish, who's still the commissioner, I know Jessica Tish. I've met her many times.
Mm-hmm.
And anyway,
Yeah.
long story short, the layers of security that goes into an event like this, it happened last year on January 2nd. It started that day. Okay. And all of that, a whole year of planning where it's layered into, before you let anybody in, they have laid out certain things before certain things happen. And unfortunately, in today's threat environment, you have drones, you have all these other unpredictable situations that happen. Remember when the guy put the truck down at Times Square about a couple of years ago?
Yes.
And they found some, unappropriate explosives inside.
Mm-hmm.
And so that guy was tracked a variety of different ways. I'm not going to talk about it on the show here tonight, but they had layers of watching this guy come in to Times Square, and when he dropped it off, they were on that truck within 5 minutes. And they hit it with dogs, and the EOD dogs, alerted. And next thing you know, they had a major situation on their hand. A situation where we're at today, a threat environment. I mean, let's be honest with each other, with everybody, right? We're very vulnerable right now as a country. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And every law enforcement agency in the country, every real-time crime center, every JTTF, Joint Terrorism Task Force, everybody knows it's coming. It's just a matter, unfortunately, of what soft target they're going to hit. And when it happens, it's going to be a mess. It's going to be a mess.
Well, it's depressing, but with the database that we have at Columbia, that I co-created with Dr. Gergis, I can tell you statistically that it isn't going to be too many days into 2026 before there's a mass murder event. It's just a matter of time, a mass shooting incident, something like that. The frequency with which they're happening, it's sort of predictable at this point. But they're usually personal cause incidents. But what you're seeing now is a lot more of this political stuff and a lot of this radical religious violence in other countries too. And I think, Chris, that if you were to know someone in law, like let's say FBI or whatever, they would probably tell you that they are aware of cells, for example, in this country. I'm sure that there are cells all over the place in this country of people that are committed to violence in the name of radical religion. I mean, isn't that true? That there are cells all over, in this country. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, I mean, we would be lying to our audience if we didn't tell the truth about it, right?
Yeah, I think it's very likely that there are cells.
Right, Josh?
Weak or
I mean, it's when I think about like terrorist attacks and stuff like that. Obviously, you think back to 9/11. The one thing about 9/11 that always sort of surprised me is, terrorism is meant to, obviously, it's not so much the people, or it's to affect everybody, not just the people that are hurt in the attacks, right? It's the fear, when's this going to happen? And one thing about one thing that happened in New York when this happened, when 9/11 happened, the terrorists thought that they were going to change the way that people live, and that's sort of a major thing. New Yorkers bounced back like it was just unbelievable the way.
I lived through it, Josh. I lost people in that attack.
There's no question about that. I'm not questioning people that lost or that people.
Oh, I don't mean that, but you're right. But it is amazing what
they're trying to affect the way that people live their lives. They want you to live in fear. And the comedy clubs opened up a week later. People were still going out. People were still going to the movies. It's a terrifying thing that happens. But yeah, I do truly think that obviously something happens. It seems like around every single turn, and it's kind of a cruel, it's a cruel reality, but thankful for the good days.
Oh, there's no question. And I think what you're hinting at that is important is that when you're trying to think about what would be targeted by particularly people with certain anti-Western philosophies, you tend to see that it's not only places where people are gathered and there's large numbers of people, it's also events that symbolize the freedom of Western life. The idea that you get a bunch of people together doing things that would be considered wildly unacceptable in a certain perspective. And so there's also that element of sort of punishing people that don't share those values. Because you have to understand that from a certain perspective, people like that would be considered insignificant, wayward, dangerous, and so you just sort of randomly attack to give the feeling that it's everywhere, and therefore, if you don't tiptoe at any moment, there could be death coming out of the air, But look, you're right. I mean, you can't live in fear, but we'd be kidding ourselves if we said that the news isn't going to be filled with more and more of this stuff. I also think, as somebody who studies this stuff, I have never in my whole lifetime and my entire history of studying these things, I have never felt more sure that we are swimming in a kind of nihilism. We're living in a time when the motive for some crime is nothing more than there's nothing left to lose. What's the point? Life is cheap. Chris, you're seeing that too, right? That sort of spiritual emptiness and that nihilism of the time.
Yeah, I think it's a combination plate, though, right, Gare? I mean,
definitely
we're seeing, many people come back, to religion or churches wherever they're attending. We're also seeing this idea that is presenting itself, I think, to our culture. What is what is right, what is wrong, or is there a middle anymore? And
who knows?
I mean, it's really a fascinating dynamic to watch, to experience. I mean, as a whole, and I'm an optimist as a whole. I mean, by personality, but I'm also a realist.
Yeah.
I realistically like to be optimistic, but but at the same time, in the professions that we've chosen for our lives, mine started, way back when, and unfortunately, I'm also somewhat of a cynic in some things, because I see the reality of people on a bridge and getting ready to jump, and cars getting off, yelling at them, "Jump!"
Really?
You're also acutely aware of what humans are capable of doing to others.
Correct.
And a lot of people, and I'm not saying anybody specific or in our audience, but there's this whole monologue in Men in Black 1 where Will Smith's trying to get the job.
I need that to wipe my memories every once in a while. Yeah.
But they were, whoa, hey buddy.
A little closer, we can see the bacteria on your nose.
Yeah, exactly. Where he said, like there's always some alien invasion on the horizon, or there's always some weapon that threatens Earth's population. And he goes, and the only way that people get along with their day is they do not know about it, and that it is their job to thwart that kind of stuff. And I know it's a sci-fi movie, but that always stuck in my head because it's so true. Like, he says, people, or a person is smart, people are dumb. When you get a big crowd of people, and things go wrong, it's anarchy, it's chaos. How much easier would it be if everybody just went single file out the door? It would work out pretty good. That's not how it works. Everybody rushes to the door, and then it compounds and compounds and compounds.
Yeah.
So,
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, just think about,
you guys are aware of what's in the world. You've seen it.
Well, like for July 4th, for an example, back when we would have July 4th on the beach, we'd get 200,000 people on the beach.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was crazy. And we had a command center underneath the pier. And in there, we had all the goodies, all set up. Everybody, we had guys sitting we used to call it the BFT. It was called the big frickin' truck. Okay. But it was an armored vehicle, right? And because we were so close to Camp Pendleton, we could get anything we wanted. After the first Gulf War, remember they authorized military type vehicles for law enforcement agencies, if you could justify it. And so we had all the toys, and those guys would wait all night for something to do. If it went sideways, they were ready to do it. But if you think about that idea, okay, I mean, I've been experiencing that since 1982, just waiting, for them ready just in case something happened. And then if you look what just happened in Australia, in Bondi Beach, they just wait. How many people did they kill?
Yeah,
right. In less than 15 minutes.
A father and son.
Well, look at Las Vegas, the mass shooter up in the Mandalay Bay.
That was the Paddock, the Stephen Paddock. You mean? Yeah.
53 people in what? 14 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty bad stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like, it was like easy for him because of the position. Yeah, really, really odd. But Chris, this point you made when I mentioned nihilism, it's interesting because the need for something to believe in is so strong in human beings that if you take away any kind of formal philosophy or religion, whatever, what people do is they replace it with a kind of religion, like, for example, going around policing what people say, telling people that they're not allowed to have an idea because you don't agree with it. So, like, for example, I was watching on social media when the actress Brigitte Bardot died. Now, Brigitte Bardot had a lot of controversial beliefs regarding race and certain political things. So people were going around furious at anybody that mourned her death as an actress. Now, what on earth does her acting ability have to do with her private beliefs? So the idea of policing people in a kind of sanctimonious way, that you're not allowed to enjoy a person because they had an aspect to their life privately that you didn't agree with, is a kind of Pope-like going around policing people that I have to tell you bothers me because it's so black and white and kind of silly. But I think you see that in people who don't have anything else. In other words, there is this tendency to just need something to believe in a black and white way and to use it as a guideline. And when you don't have anything like that, and you can't find something to replace it with, you swim in this kind of nihilism. So I think people are just groping for anything. Right now, you're also seeing it with political stuff. We've divided up like Lord of the Flies into like red and blue, like as if this is our identity now. I mean, do you know how many people have some ideas that are red and some ideas that are blue, but they're not exactly all red or all blue? I mean, and so you're seeing this interesting kind of thing that's going on where it feels very pathological and unhealthy. And Chris, you've talked about that. I've seen you talk about it on the Interview Room, that same silliness of thinking that people have to be all this or all that. And it feels foolish. I just wish we could go back to civil discourse.
I come from a very interesting sibling dynamics. Okay. My brother is, he's a professor, as you know, at SMU. Okay.
Brilliant person.
He's a smart guy. Yeah. And okay, so he's, he's all red. Sign him up. Okay, 1,000%. Love the guy more than anything. Okay. I'm the youngest of we have 4 siblings, but when I lost a brother many years ago.
I didn't know that.
His name is Patrick. Anyway, I'm in the middle, or I'm the youngest, but I'm an independent. Okay. I try to love it. I try to love everybody. I'm not real good at it all the time, but I try.
Join the club.
Personally, I don't care. I don't know why that is about you can diagnose me. You've been diagnosing me for years now, Gary. I have no idea. Sometimes it's like, that guy's a really nice guy, and he turns out he was a mass murderer underneath my nose.
Oh, you're an eternal optimist.
But I'm a realist optimist.
I think you're a continually disappointed optimist.
Probably,
but like you keep believing, and then you get popped on the head.
Yeah, and so then my sister, who's in the middle, she's as far left as you can make a left turn. Just keep turning, and you'll stop at my sister's house. Okay, and
whatever.
And
that's hilarious.
She calls me up one time. She goes, Chris. She goes, now I know you're a law enforcement officer and you have to have these rifles, these AR-15 rifles and the stuff like that in your police cars and stuff. But she goes, don't you think we should stop all this shooting? And I said, this is the conversation, right? I think I shared it with you guys. I've never put an AR-15 in prison, so why are you calling me to talk to me about these rifles? Because there's a lot of lunatics that are going to get them, whether we like it or not. I'm sorry, it's just going to happen. These people are like that. They're going to do it, and some people don't do it. The 99% of the people don't do it. So, it's not the rifles problem. We got a mental health problem. Let's fix that, and then maybe we can fix the rifles right after that. So we've got all three dynamics. And by the way, if you're in Texas, my brother's running for the Texas legislator, a seat, and you can see him. Just type in Timothy McDonough. That's my brother.
I learned something. That's interesting. It's the first time I'm hearing that.
Yeah, he's in Dallas, and but anyway, he's running for a seat over there. So you guys go support him. Give him 1,000 votes. And anyway, it's a House seat, legislation only in the House of the Texas there. So anyway, and then of course my sister lives in San Francisco. She lives in Sausalito.
Well, location has a lot to do with the person.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure she's hitting a bong every other night, and then and I'm on the other side of the coin here. I'm not ultra conservative, but I'm a liberal conservative. I'm the guy that would drive by on patrol and stop a guy and say, "Hey, have you eaten tonight?" Okay. And then I'd give him, go either buy him food or he'd come with me, and we'd sit down and have a cheeseburger together. And but you know where that paid off? That attitude like that, it paid off in homicide.
I could see that. I can see that.
Where you'd have these gangbangers, and they're shooting up people, and they don't want to talk. But then if they remember just one act of kindness to them,
sure,
they're human beings. We're all human. We're all in this together.
Right. But
we're all in this together.
Some crazy stuff. I mean, in the past few weeks, we saw things like people unable to say that they were sorry that Rob Reiner and his wife were brutally murdered. Because of Rob Reiner's political ideas. I mean, are you kidding? Who doesn't sit down and love The Princess Bride or All in the Family or Misery or A Few Good Men or or This Is Spinal Tap? I mean, are you kidding?
I just watched
it's just very depressing that we've gotten to a point like that, because what it implies is not being able to think critically. And that's the other thing that I think is happening, is that in addition to the nihilism, there's like a kind of a dumbing down, a kind of a unlearning how to think critically, how to use, ideas that come from philosophy and logic, and, reading less and getting your information in sound bites. And so, I mean, look, as somebody who has over 6,000 books, the decline in reading and particularly paying attention to anything that's older than 5 years has been also very hard for me to see. I mean, the other day I was having a conversation with someone who was about 18 or 19 years old, and I referenced Moby Dick, and they said, "What are you talking about?" I mean, we're at the point now where people never even heard of a classic book. I mean, I could see you haven't read it, but to not have heard of it? I mean, what? So, I find that very sad. I really do. There's a great amount to learn from those classics and from reading.
It's so long.
It's a really great book.
Ridiculously long.
Read a summary of it.
I've read it. I had to in high school. It was horrid.
Read the Cliff Notes.
The whale, there was no reason for all that.
Well, I think it's a metaphor for what happens when you become obsessed with something that ultimately destroys you because you can't let it go. And that's an important lesson. As a matter of fact, it's right at the heart of a lot of what we're talking about.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, there's something to be said for that. And it's almost biblical, because it's the idea that you become a slave to it. You're enslaved to it. I mean, how many people in this world are slaves to very silly things?
Oh, wow.
I know people that are slaves to their cell phone.
Oh, yeah.
Or their social media, or their looks, or their, whatever. And I just think that that's rough. And so I hope that there is some kind of a explosion of personal growth that happens as a result of some of this darkness. Because what I think, being an optimist myself, believe it or not, what a realistic optimist, I think that ultimately these things can be used to teach people that what they believe actually still matters. Because you're realizing now that, like, it boils down to needing someone who's just kind. And why are people kind if it isn't their philosophy or just their human nature? I mean, ultimately, I'm starting to realize that more and more is that some real good can come out of this dark stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because you start to see people going, this is empty. There's more to life than this, right? I mean, that's what you're talking about, Chris. Like, you're seeing that as potential for reawakening.
Yeah, I mean, I think if we just look at how people are feeling today, right? I mean, we have to be honest, number one, with each other, and what I mean by that, there are two sides to that honesty coin.
Mm-hmm.
The first is you have to accept that somebody else may have a different opinion, right? And that's okay.
Right.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay. But vice versa it doesn't mean you, me, hey, this is where the guy shot him right there, 485. That was the hotel. Gary, wasn't that the hotel where
with the
Mangione, yeah. Macaroni, what's his name?
Luigi Mangione. I have to see where we are right now. Hold on a minute. Let's see.
I
mean,
I thought that was a Hilton. They just passed.
I'd have to look back. It wasn't to the screen, but you got to understand. This is my hood here. I walk here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look at these people, man.
But the other side of the coin is we have to be honest. I mean, we have to be honest with ourselves and know for a surety that not everybody, 96% of people are good people, but that 4%, oh my gosh.
They make up for it in droves, don't they? Like that.
Oh my God. Well, they get all the press.
Well, exactly right. I mean, the young lady went missing in San Antonio that they found, and they believe that it was self-harm, is an everyday thing. Every day. And in most states, counties, people go missing.
Right.
And
traffic is not every day. So if you're going to make a bet on what's going on, don't go thinking trafficking right away. Think simpler.
But it's
I kept telling people to be careful not to jump to conclusions on that. I think
the reason that they did that is just because of the area itself, because San Antonio is a hub, for the cartel.
Which we also said, Josh, we said that if you were going to think it, at least it made sense because of the particular location.
Correct. Yeah. And
probable. Yeah.
And what a just a terrible situation. But bad stuff like happens every single day, all day. I mean, in every city, town, or else there'd be no need for a police department. We would pretty much just have fire department and paramedics. It's just one of those things where,
where's he up on Broadway here, Gary? Go ahead, I'm listening, Josh.
No, I was just saying, it just seems that as everything sort of gets more and more intense and people's feelings become more amplified and more people have voices, that things become more extreme every day. And
That's right.
I don't. It wasn't like that. You know, and I'm going to sound like an old person here, but it wasn't like that 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious. In 2026, what do you think are going to be the true crime highlights in terms of cases that we're going to see in court, cases that are probably going to blow up and become major in terms of coverage, etc.? What are your thoughts about that? I'm curious. Cases in which you suspect there'll be a big break soon. Like all of a sudden, everybody's talking again about John Bonet. Apparently, there was some new evidence. I mean, what do you think's coming down the pike?
I think if John Bonet hits, it's going to be because of DNA, and folks will go, "Wow, what happened there?" I think Macaroni's going to be a big trial.
That's going to be a big TV made for TV story.
Yeah,
there.
I think this Robinson, this kid that shot Charlie Kirk, is going to explode. But I don't even think he's going to go to trial this year. They may push that thing out a couple of years.
You think they're going to go with a mental health defense on that?
He's going to go what?
You think they're going to try a mental health defense on that?
I don't know. I mean, he's got a lot of pre-planning that went into that.
Yeah, well, that doesn't stop people from trying, but I'm just curious. I think I agree. Also, isn't the Horriman case going to come?
The Lisk, yeah.
I think that'll be a big one. Just got a message from John Ray who says, "Happy holiday."
Melanie Buzzard is going to kick it up a little notch there. Leaving her kid out in the middle of the desert.
That's a horrendous case. Horrendous.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. Mothers accused of killing their own children. Those are rough. And also, what about
hold on
in Florida, Josh?
Which one?
The abuser in Florida, the Stearns. Has that case been adjudicated yet?
Yeah. He's like 30 life sentences or something.
Yeah, Larry
already. And the mother, we know nothing of what the heck was going on. We still haven't figured out what that dynamic was about.
No.
I wish we'd see some justice and something go on with Sebastian Rogers' case. That one's breaking my heart. I really want to see that figured out. And of course, Summer Wells. I've become very interested in it because of you guys being so passionate about it. And there's all this excitement that came towards the end of this year. And
Corey Richards is another nut job.
Is Millie
if you got him?
Josh, what was the case you were about to mention? There was something that came into your mind that you wanted to mention.
I don't know.
Michael Vaughn.
Michael Vaughn case will be huge.
Oh, the Michael Vaughn. Yeah, well, listen, that's another one that you guys. That's all you two. I just sat back and watched you two discuss it.
Yeah. That'll be an interesting case, and I think Larry Millietti.
I love your comments. Oh, Larry. Yeah.
Larry, what about Maya. And then Mr. Warner?
Dale Warner. Oh, there's a big twist in that one, by the way. I just talked to Billy about 3-4 days ago. So, they arrested Dale's son.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, they hooked him up for accessory to murder. But then they dropped the charges and they're going to use him as a witness.
Beautiful.
And against his dad. So, and by the way, there's a piece coming out in January. I don't know exactly when, but I'm interviewed in that in Peacock on that case. I had to go to Michigan and talk to him about it, but that ought to be pretty good. Millietti is going to be good too. I mean, Richard and Mary Chris are finally going to get some justice there. He's another Looney Tune. Tie his hair back. He looks right out of Central Casting right now in jail. with a man bun. You had a man bun, didn't you, Josh, at one time?
Yeah, some of those that was in the past. That was in the past.
Oh, wait. Isn't Barry Morphew also coming up?
Yeah, Barry's gonna. It's clicking down for Barry. I think he's gonna get some time on the books.
That'd be nice, huh?
Yeah,
it's gonna be an
There's so much, and it's going to be a fun year. 26 is. I'll tell you what. If you're in YouTube and you're in true crime, as all of us are here, man, there's so much happening and coming our way. It's going to be really fascinating to watch everything unfold. But so far, we're all batting 1,000.
I got to go. True. I got to go to another parole hearing in March.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh. With your dad?
Yeah. It's a pain in the ass.
How often do you do them?
Well, because now because he's older, so it's like every 3 or 4 years. So, but last time when he came up for parole, he opted to. I don't know. It was some. I think that he knew that he was not going to get out, so he opted for some program. But he's had problems in jail. I don't know as of recently, so it's very doubtful that he'll be paroled. 25 to life, like Billy calls it, the life on the installment program. They come up for parole, but I just have to go. I don't have to go, but I choose to go and defend what I think is right and speak for my mother. I speak for my aunt. I speak for my family, and so.
How old was your mom when her life was taken?
23.
And how many years has your father served?
30. Let's see, 36.
Yeah, because I always think it's interesting when the person hasn't served as long as the person was alive. Like in other words, that the person's life is a certain number of years when it's taken, and then I think about that against how many years a person serves. You know what I'm saying? Chris, what I'm talking about, it's like it feels like there's a balance to that.
Well, the thing is that because my aunt was shot too, so those were the only. It wasn't just like murder 2 charges. Like he got attempted as well, and the quickest thing that they do for a plea deal was the 25 to life. They dropped the murder 1. And because typically murder 1 carries just life without parole. Like if he would have done today, or if he would have done what he did in today, it would be life without parole. That's just it's just how it is. But so he gets to come up for parole, and he fails miserably. It's just something that I've done. I don't know. It's probably like my 9th or 10th time. It's a lot. It's just a continuous, kind of knocking, like faint knock, where you're just like, okay, here we go again. And, but that's sort of that's my cross to bear. And I do it, proudly and as strong as possible. And, so I just think like I said, I don't have to go. I could ignore the whole thing. I could. There's nothing saying that you have to go and do this or that. You don't have to be a part of anything if you don't want to. I choose to be because I think it matters. I think it actually makes a difference when I show up there, and tell them how I feel. And
it's very interesting, Josh, because people don't realize how the person who's been associated with a traumatic thing in their life, being in a cage, allows everybody on the outside to move on with life. But if that person is ever let out, all the trauma comes back. It's almost like as if it was just put on in freeze for a little. So, for example, there's a person I know, and I'm certainly not going to indicate who this is, but there's a person I know who was able to have perfectly normal life in a relationship, so forth. after having been abused terribly by a step parent in childhood. And when that step parent was paroled, they were no longer able to have a relationship or anything. It was like all the trauma came back because that person was out in the world again. They were no longer in the box where the trauma is, right? So the people live in this kind of fear, like, don't let this person out, not only because they're dangerous potentially, but because of the idea that it reawakens everything that's been put into a box for a while. You understand what I'm saying? It just brings it back. And so that I've seen that in people that have been very dear to me, you know, in the world, you know, and I've also, of course, heard of stories like that from patients. But there's just something about that containment. You know, it's like the devil chained up in the pit at the end of the world. The symbolism of containment of a traumatic thing in a cage. And that's very hard for people. You know, but
it's almost like because, you know, like I was so young that obviously there was nothing at the time that I could do. I couldn't prevent anything. I couldn't help anybody. I was just a little boy, you know, and
yeah,
I think there's something. I think that there's something empowering about going and staring the parole board down, you know, and saying, "Look, I was this little helpless kid, you know, when this happened, but I'm not that kid anymore. I'm grown up. I have my own family, and here's what I think about it, and here's how it's affected my life." And they listen. You can have as much time as you want. You know, you just talk and talk and talk and talk. And I'm sure, I know for a fact that it makes him uncomfortable. That and I'm very comfortable. Honestly, I don't get nervous. I'm not scared. I'm none of those things. It doesn't keep me up at night. But
does he ever express any remorse?
Yeah, sure. I mean, he says yes. Well, during parole hearings, I mean, everybody does. Everybody wants to get out, you know. I mean, that's you know, and I'm sure there's remorse, but you know, that's between him and whoever he prays to, I guess. That's not really my concern, but it's something, you know, that I'll have to do until you know, he's no longer around, I'm no longer around, or whatever happens. There are stipulations that if he were to get out, you know, that obviously he can't be within, like, I think he's not even allowed to be in the same county as any family member, you know, stuff like that, or it violates. But you know, it's
I wish I could say people obeyed such things.
Well, if they don't, I mean, you're on felony parole. You'll go back to prison for the rest of your life. So
there are a lot of things like that drive me crazy. I mean, I'll give you a simple example. Chris, I'm sure, is going to back me up on this. You ever see, Chris, when a person reports somebody who's stalking or harassing them, and they get a restraining order, and then all it does is make the offender go crazy that he can't be around you anymore, and he goes and gets more violent than ever before. So then you live in fear of getting a restraining order, because the restraining order is like throwing oil on the fire. You ever see that kind of thing? Yeah. It's like the law's not helping the person at all.
That happens a lot.
Remember the Laura Black case? They made the movie with Brooke Shields, where Richard Farley was stalking her horribly, and then he found out that she was getting a restraining order. He showed up at her office and shot all her coworkers so that she would feel guilty that she was responsible for all of them dying, keeping herself away from him.
Yeah, it infuriates. Like, it infuriates people when they're people that don't like to be told what to do. It infuriates them. I mean, you know, like Chris was saying earlier, you know, there are so many felons in the world that walk around with guns. They're not supposed to be able to get them, but somehow, some way, they manage. And so, right, you know, rules are for the people that follow them.
The law needs some updating to get a little bit more realistic.
No doubt. There's no question about that.
By the way, Chris, before I forget, remember we were calling on Interview Room, we were calling for Congress to consider laws for the metaverse because of its potential people for like, giving fodder to like sexually perverse and fantasy oriented. Well, I read in a tiny little article the other day that the metaverse is basically being discarded because nobody uses it.
Yeah, it sucks.
They're basically canning it. And I was sitting there going, big win, in terms of, because that had some serious potential to. I think I saw a study that said that women and men in the metaverse didn't last 2 minutes before they were touched inappropriately.
Yeah.
In the metaverse. 2 minutes. And there was nothing to stop it, I think the people were like, well, then just unplug. Yeah, okay. So watching that implode like the Death Star is sort of secretly a good thing, right? Don't you think?
That's a good thing. I think it's a great thing.
No one's going to miss it.
No. What next, though? Right? Where are we headed?
I'll find something else. The new thing is AI pornography.
Oh, yeah.
That's, AI and people being able to have relations with robots. You're seeing a lot of the.
You got to be a real special person for that one.
I think there are a lot of men who will be very drawn to the idea of being able to have their way with a fantasy figure that they then put in the closet, which is unfortunate. But I think
doing that for years. It's called deflating and inflating.
I think it's going to happen. I hate to say it.
Yeah.
Matter of time. Anything that is invented is eventually used for violence and pornography.
Everything.
Matter of time.
I'd like you to meet my girlfriend, Marge. Just ignore the vacuum attached to her right leg.
The vacuum. That makes you think of Spaceballs, Chris.
It's like, smoke them if you got them. I don't know what the world is coming to, but I know there's already freaks like that out there that,
It's coming. Those days it's a matter of time because
they're falling in love with AI.
Good for them.
Also, men. There's very interesting things going on in the world of both men and women in terms of what culture is doing to them and teaching them. For example, I read the other day that it's something like less than, I want to say it was 10%. I got to look it up. I think it was less than 10% of young men, whatever the cutoff is for young, feel confident enough to walk up to a woman and talk to her. So because now it's understood that the boundaries are such that would be considered inappropriate. So you have to meet people online or through a dating site or being introduced or working together or whatever. But the idea of walking up to a person and just talking to them is now considered very difficult. That's interesting. It's also interesting to see the way that you're seeing women, unfortunately, being taught that they should sexualize themselves for money or popularity. I have to say the OnlyFans thing has been profoundly depressing. I have people in that I know that tell me that they're paying the rent that way. And you just go like, okay, that's pretty depressing. So you're seeing that. You guys have seen that too, right? The rise of that stuff.
Yeah, well, absolutely, but
awful.
There's always kind of been an aspect of that in society, even before the internet. Whether they say that prostitution's the oldest profession ever.
Well, the old joke that the true oldest profession is being God.
Well, that's true.
He was there before the people, So that would be the true oldest profession, but the second oldest profession.
So we're about 30 minutes from the new year on the East Coast.
Yes.
After that, I figured we could take some calls.
I love it.
If you guys want to.
That's my favorite.
Yeah, so we'll do that as soon as the ball drops. We missed it last year. It was probably one of the fun. I don't even remember how that happened.
That was pretty funny.
But I think
I messed up.
That was so funny though. It was worth it.
I think I was watching it.
You were watching like a time delayed one.
Right. I realized that it's over, and it was too late. We're already into 2025. We didn't even realize it. I didn't realize it.
We'll have to get back.
It just goes to show you. Yeah, of reality. There's a lot of people on the street in New York tonight, Gary.
No. They're all in La La Land. You see how this is typical. This is like my daily experience. See how every one of them is in La La Land? They're looking up. They're, nobody's paying attention to, they're taking pictures. They just walk right into you. It's very funny. I had somebody the other day call me a tourist. I was furious.
They called you a tourist?
That I was a tourist because I was looking up at the Christmas decorations on Macy's, the front of Macy's, and they called me like an effing tourist or something. And I was like, excuse. I was so upset. I was like, I've lived here my whole life. Look,
what's up with all the clothing on the sidewalks there? All the vendors. You can't even walk on the sidewalk.
I don't know, but that hot place looks good.
It's let me
tell you, that street food is the most delicious thing you've ever had in your life. Don't mock it till you've tried it.
Look at all this. What is it?
Somebody told me that the secret of a New York hot dog is that they bathed it in beer. That's like the little dirty secret. There's a little beer in it. I wonder if that's true. I wouldn't be surprised.
Look, the best hot dog on the earth. The best hot dog on the earth.
Yeah.
$1.50, Costco.
No, there's no doubt about that.
Prove me wrong.
I won't lie to you. That is up there. Or have you ever had them in Coney Island?
Oh, then what? The Nathaniel dogs? Nate dogs?
Yeah, Nate dog.
I thought it was Nate dog.
That's the thing. Although when they do that annual contest to eat as many as you can, it's pretty gross. I have to. But
we keep going back to the food court. $1.50. Get a Coke. Get a hot dog.
There's some truth to that. Oh, those big pretzels.
Oh,
that's
stop me while I'm on the head.
Yeah, it's rough.
Planet Fitness.
I'm outside of New York. It's very, very difficult for me. You have to see me try to get pizza outside of New York City. It's like a comedy routine. It's like almost like a skit watching me order the pizza. It's hysterical.
Yeah,
and
the kosher dog.
The stuff they put on it, it's horrifying. It's like, did you ever see, Chris, that movie My Blue Heaven with Steve Martin when he's in the witness protection program, and he goes to like the middle of nowhere, and they drive like 30 miles to have what's supposed to be good Italian food.
Right.
It's like the worst.
They're all mob.
They're all mob. It's hysterical. But that's, it sort of feels like that when you're used to New York food, and then you go to like, you're in the middle of nowhere. You're in like Idaho trying to eat pizza. I mean, it's like, what are you kidding me?
Was that the movie where I can't remember, the girl was all dressed up and he goes, "You look so hot. You don't go to the frozen food. You're going to melt all the food."
Yeah. He said, Carol King. Yeah, Carol King. Yeah. It's dangerous for you to be in the frozen food section because you could get all this stuff. She gets all excited. Todd.
That's hysterical.
Yeah, what's he say? My name is Todd. I think he says the T stands for extra special.
That's funny.
I love that movie. It's like a kind of like an unappreciated little gem, But,
you're gonna melt all this stuff. You're so hot, you're gonna melt all this stuff.
This woman is completely in La La Land. What is that hat?
It's a New Year's hat. Everybody's wearing a uniform. I don't know if you got the last show that we did, but Gary went on this whole diatribe of like anti-uniform.
I don't like hats. Your hat's okay. Hat. I'm not a hat person.
In general, though, he was talking about like he was. You should have heard what he said about the Boy Scouts. It was unbelievable.
What did I say about the Boy Scouts?
What did you say about the Boy Scouts?
He's joking, making it up. But the thing is, no, I'm just not a hat guy. But you guys pulled them off. I'm not. I can't. Could you picture me with a hat?
Do you have one in your house?
Those like Godfather kind of hats, like those.
You do need a hat every once in a while, though, Gary.
Like
you should wear a hat. You should wear a hat. It's New York. You go to Boston and get a Scully.
Like, look at this lady's hat. I can see you wearing a hat like with the little puff ball on it right there.
There's an expression in Brooklyn. There's an expression in Brooklyn that I love. It's typical Brooklyn, where you say to a person, you got a point, and if you wear a hat, nobody will see it. Which I haven't heard in too many years, but it's a great little knock.
Yeah, there you go. Palomino said you should do a fedora. Do a fedora.
Or a fedora I could pull off.
You don't have a hat in your house?
No,
Not one.
no.
Just put a bag, put a trash bag on.
Yeah, that's right. I'd look
a paper bag.
I'd look a little better with a trash bag. Maybe. Okay, but Josh, are you really going to come to New York?
Yes, I am coming to New York. Yes.
Good. Well, we'll hang out. You could force me to buy some hat. But
Make you wear
I
down on Canal Street.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I want CrimeCon to come to New York.
It's coming. Are you going to go to Vegas? Who's going?
Is that where it is this time?
It's in Vegas.
I want to be invited. I liked when it was a guest. I had thousands of people in the audience. It was a ball. I still don't understand why I never got invited again. My God, I mean, if I didn't know better, I would think there were people who went out of their way to keep me from going. But it is interesting. I would like to get invited again. You loved it, right?
I had fun. I had fun. Karen and I had a blast. We got to meet great people.
I've been to Vegas probably 15 times, and every time I go, it smells more like pee every time.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
Well, wait, hold on. When you went to CrimeCon, you didn't run into one person who gave you a hard time?
I didn't.
That's the internet, Gary. That's people go blah 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 on the internet, but when you come face to face, that's not how it works.
You have to, I mean, I had a couple of doozies come up to me when I went. I would say it was 99% wonderful. And then there were a couple of people that just, I don't know.
There's Julie. There's Julie. I met Julie. Karen and I met Julie and her friends.
There you go.
From Tennessee and a couple other folks. Yeah, I mean, see, we made friends. There's another Italian girl right there, Martino. She was awesome, and I mean, we've hung out with some really cool people, and it was fun. It was a lot of fun. And we're going to do Vegas too. Karen and I are doing Vegas this year.
Well, if you're going to go, I think when our book comes out, the CCF book, I'm going to, try very hard through the publisher to get us a panel.
Okay.
Because then, it could be Ann Burgess, it could be Greg Cooper, it could be, Dr. Ramslin, it could be me, you, Dean Jackson. I mean, a lot of people, Francine Bardole, and I think you'd wind up with a kind of group of heavy hitters. I could see them being interested in that. But we'll see. But I have to say 99% of people are amazing. But the trouble is that, you get a couple of people sprinkled in there that are very passionate and get very activated and whatever. I don't know how you didn't see any. I think that's
a bodyguard, Dr. Gary.
I don't need a body. I mean, but it's not that thing. They just yell or say something bizarre.
Say, hey, you want me to drag him out of here? Crap out of him.
See, Julie's gone. We'll see you there, Julie. We're going to do dinner this year, though. I promise a bunch of people we're going to hang around, do some dinner.
It would be nice to have dinner together. It's funny. We know each other for years. We've never met in person.
Who?
You and me. Never met in person. We know each other years and years, and I've never met you in the same room.
That's because you live in New York.
That's what I'm saying. But that would be fun. Josh, you can
to New York? Yeah.
No, the CrimeCon.
Come to CrimeCon.
If you guys go, I'll go to Vegas. Yeah. We have like a direct flight out of Eureka. Takes me like an hour to get there. Hour and a half.
Is that it?
Oh,
yeah, you should.
It's fast.
That would be fun. I think I'd enjoy that. I mean, it would just be a good excuse, to sort of get together. And I don't know, what hotel it's going to be in or what it'll be near or whatever.
Julie will know. She already got her thing. Let's look it up. Let me look it up. I'll tell you in a second.
Are they going to show the ball on this one?
Who knows?
I would assume.
Caesar's Palace.
Is that Caesar's Palace? Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a good Italian one.
That's appropriate. Something about that Caesar's Palace, it just sounds like the place you would have a circus of people. Crime.
May 29th through the 31st.
That's a teaser reference, not a casino reference.
No, I can fly out of the Eureka Arcata Airport. It takes me like 4 hours to get to Sacramento. It would be a longer trip to go to Sacramento, fly there. I just fly.
I love driving there from New York. I did that drive once. It was fantastic. It took a long time, but I loved it. Yeah, I drove to Las Vegas from New York. I had a ball. Along the way, I saw the most amazing things. I've seen every state except 2. And so that was a way I racked up a lot of states that I wanted to see.
What state? What are the only 2 states? Let me guess.
I have
Wyoming and North Dakota.
I've been to those 2. I haven't been to Hawaii or Alaska.
The non-contiguous states. How very touristy of you, Dr. Gary.
Well, I have to say there are some incredibly beautiful things in this country. Just amazing. One of the most beautiful states, I have to say, I think very underrated in terms of how gorgeous it is, was Montana. I couldn't believe how beautiful that state was. And also Washington State, breathtaking. And the north of California.
Washington is very nice. The Pacific Northwest.
Oh, my God. I mean, I can't tell you how gorgeous. I also thought New Mexico and Arizona are incredibly beautiful to drive through. You know, Chris, I don't have to tell you how gorgeous it is. Colorado? You ever drive across Colorado?
No.
Unbelievably beautiful. And of course, one of the most interesting things I saw, I was driving across one time in the dead of summer. You know, did I use that phrase? The height of summer, I guess I should say. And it was so hot and there was such distance between gas stations. You know, there were these people from Christian groups that were out there giving you water if you needed it for if you needed stuff to cool down the engine. It was amazing. It's fascinating. But, you know, Chris, when it's like next gas station, 60 miles.
Oh, yeah.
It's amazing. But I saw some incredible things crossing the country. So maybe I'll do it again.
Have you been out of the country?
Oh, yeah. I've been all over the place. All over the world. You know, but I still like this little nest best. But I have been all over the place. I've been to some pretty weird places too that like people don't typically visit. You know, like Liechtenstein and Monaco and little places, you know, that you don't usually have on the list, you know, when you travel.
Like Guantanamo Bay.
The place I want to go most is French Polynesia. Have you ever seen it? Those crystal blue waters and the little huts out in the water and the amazing aquariums and the whales swimming out behind the hotel. You know, it's unbelievably beautiful. I would love to go to that part of the world. But have you ever been out of the country, Chris?
Oh, yeah. I lived in Japan for 3 years.
I think it's already tomorrow in Japan, right? It's already New Year's there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's yeah. But I didn't know you lived there 3 years. Do you speak Japanese?
Skoshi. Skoshi desu ne. Hai, Nihongo wa shabuto skoshi desu. I speak just a little.
Amazing. I had for many years.
Takusan kama.
For many
a lot of money.
I had a pen pal in Ehime in Japan, and I always thought I was going to get there to meet the pen pal, but then it was a long story. It fell apart, but that was supposed to be my excuse to go to Japan. And I think that's one of the countries I most want to visit. I have a fascination with Japanese culture and history.
It's awesome.
Is it as beautiful as it seems?
It is. I was lucky to be there but at the time I was there, I was a kid because my father was in the Marine Corps. And so he got stationed over there. And so I was lucky enough as, you know, to live there as long as we did. And, you know, 3 years anyway. So.
Yeah. Well, Josh, have you left the country?
Yeah, I went to El Salvador, San Salvador. And
really?
When I was like 16. Yeah. Yeah, it was cool. We were there for like 2 weeks. And then
Pretty random place to go. Was it like a church thing or something?
Yeah, it was like a youth trip, but so it was such a like an eye-opening. Like it's not like your typical, you're going overseas on vacation. It's pretty poor. It was pretty poor country, I mean, but yeah, we were there for like the Habitat for Humanity, and it was really cool.
Cool. I didn't know you did Habitat for Humanity work.
I only did it the one time.
I think that's amazing.
I'll never go back.
But there was a little danger.
He worked with the monkeys.
Yeah.
There's a lot of gang activity in that part of the world, right?
Yes, when you go grocery shopping, matter of fact, there are kids that will watch your car for you with a gun.
We need that in New York. That's going to happen here. So. Oh, that's cool. Of all the places to go, though, I mean, it's so specific. Did you pick up any Spanish?
Poquito.
I was wondering.
I was there 2 weeks, but Spanish was like, why do you speak fluent?
No, I speak Italian, but and I speak pretty. I mean, Spanish, I can read it very well. I can speak some, but I don't dare do it because it sounds ridiculous. I feel silly.
Spanish is my first language.
I feel silly when I speak Spanish.
That's your first language, Josh?
That was the first language that I learned when I was a kid because I grew up in a Spanish home, and I lost a lot of it over the years. And whenever I speak Spanish to any Spanish-speaking person, they make fun of me and call me a white boy because of I don't have an accent or anything.
They call you a gringo or something?
Yeah, it's like Wedo, gringo. But yeah, they make fun of me.
Chris's son speaks fantastic Spanish.
He's fluent. He was in Guatemala.
I heard him speaking when they were doing the bulletin for in the Marin case, and he busted out in like perfect Spanish. I was like, what?
He chitter chatters all day long.
No, it's amazing. I think that's awesome.
Dude,
notice when you get agitated, you speak your first language.
Yeah, what's funny is, he teases me because, one of the guys I used to work with, his name's Josh Diaz, but he was from Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
Right. And he was fluent. Right. And this is one of the stories I think I've told 100 times, but I had a guy coming out of a window one time in a burglary, and I had my gun and I'm pointing at him, and I'm, he's coming out of the window, I'm yelling at him, and put your hands up, and nothing. He's not responding or anything. And so finally I figured out, the guy doesn't speak any English. So I yelled at him, lave sus manos. Okay. And Diaz, the guy next to me, his name's Josh Diaz. He goes, "Hey, stupid." That's what he yelled. He goes, "Hey, stupid. You just told him to wash his hands."
Right.
Right. And so I'm like this, waving with my gun, and he finally puts his hands up. I said, "See, it worked." Right. He goes, and he starts yelling at him, "Arriba sus manos, arriba sus manos, put your hands up in the air." But I told him to wash his hands because that's the only thing I could remember from the bathroom. And, lave sus manos right there on the bathroom wall, the little sticker. And I figured, you know what? Guys coming out the window, it ought to work. See what happens. See some crazy guy, gringo with a gun. Not a good combo, But he put his hands up. It worked out just fine. He went to jail.
Yeah, I mean, they wash your hands, raise your hands. It's all the same. Show me your hands.
It all checked off. Check.
Yeah, that's
gringo
funny.
Gun check. That works.
It's I think everybody pretty much, it's universal that when you point a gun at somebody that you put your hands up. I mean, that should mostly be your first reaction, but some people don't.
No, I've had people also say, "Shoot me."
Yeah, that's not a good one. That's not that. Yeah, and then what do you say? What are you supposed to say? No, I don't want to shoot you.
You know what? That's when it gets really weird, right?
Yeah, I would imagine. I mean, I've seen those videos, where I've seen videos of cops, when they've had to shoot somebody because like the person has a knife or they're going to reach for a gun. I remember seeing I think it was an episode of Cops. It was really cops sometimes can sort of be funny because of like the situations that they're in. And then but I saw this one that I never forgot. And the cop was pulling a guy over to the gas station, and it was just like a normal traffic stop, and all of a sudden the cop draws his gun, points it at the guy, and he says if you reach down there, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to shoot you. And he says, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't want you to do it. I don't want you to do it. And he was begging the guy, please don't do it. And you could tell the guy was thinking about it. He ended up not doing it, but there's so many times that they do, and it's a terrible thing that
Well, you guys know John.
Yeah.
John Lamb.
Oh yeah, I love him.
He had to take a life. He shot a guy who came at him with a sword.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah. And I was a detective then. I was the lead detective on that case, but the guy came at him like a samurai, and he ended up having to shoot him.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, exactly. There's a video. There's a video of a police officer. It was in New Jersey. It was probably like 10 years ago, and a guy blew a stop sign, and the police lit him up, pulled him over, and they went over to the passenger side, and he's like, "Hey, my name's Officer so and so. The reason I stopped you is you blew the stop sign," and he's like, "Can I see your license, registration?" And guy had a gun in his jacket. So, he tells the guy, he says, "Hey," he says, "I know who you are." Well, the guy had been in prison before for shooting at cops. So he knew who he was. And he saw that he was reaching. He's like, "Don't reach for anything." Well, the guy goes, "Well, I'm getting out of the car." And he says, "You're not getting out of the car. Don't get out of the car." He's like, "Don't make me shoot you. Do not make me shoot you." He's like, "I'm getting out of the car." And he says, "No, you're not." And he's trying to hold the door shut. As the guy's pushing the door open, what happened there?
Where?
The
other
live
stream,
stream of the
other stream went down for some reason.
That's what happened to me last year.
Oh, it wasn't our stream.
Oh,
it wasn't my stream. It was but the guy pushed his way out of the car, and the cop backed up. The guy was reaching, and you could hear the cop screaming to his other, the other cop. He's reaching, and he's like, "I'm getting out," and he ended up fatally shooting the guy. And I was reading the comments, and I was like, some people were saying that the cop, wasn't doing the right thing. And I sat there, I watched it probably 2 or 3 times. I said, I have no idea what else this guy could have done. Like, what do you do? There's nothing to do. If somebody's not following your orders, and that guy obviously has no problem shooting at law enforcement or probably anybody for that. It's just a terrible thing. It's very, very scary, because at any time, regular traffic stops turn deadly constantly.
Yep.
I mean, that better than anybody.
They can go fast, man. It doesn't take long. I had a guy, I knocked on this door, and the dude showed up at the front door, and he had a ginsu. It was like a 12-inch blade knife, and he stuck it right in his center of his chest.
Oh.
And he said, "If you come in, I'm going to plunge this right through my chest." That's a quote unquote. Okay. And next thing you know it, I'm within 2 feet of this guy. and I'm trying to negotiate with him. I've had other cases where I had a guy answer a door with a 45 in his hand. I've had cases where, people have held themselves hostage, with guns. I've had, I've been shot at, spit on, you name it. Cops go through a lot, and they don't really talk about a whole bunch.
Oh, it's like it's like such a thankless job, and and there's so much more to it. Like, I see cops in our town, they're dealing with homeless people, all the time. I mean, it's a very thankless and underappreciated job, I think.
Well, you go into the profession wanting to change the world, and the profession ends up changing you.
That's what I was thinking.
Of course.
And it's and there's two kinds. There's two kinds of officers. There's the kind that think they're. I mean, even cops right now. It drives me crazy today when you see these guys calling themselves operators. Okay, I mean, come on.
They do that?
You're not a freaking Navy SEAL. You didn't go to Buds. You didn't pay the dues. Knock it off. So you're on a SWAT team. Big deal. Okay, seriously. I mean, they're comparing themselves. Operators. What the heck? What operators? Seriously. It's ridiculous.
That's
it's
weird.
Because to say that diminishes the profession. Just say, hey, I'm on the SWAT team, period. Okay, period. You don't see guys at LAPD, LA Sheriff, Las Vegas Metro. They're not calling themselves operators, and these are the best SWAT guys in the world. Okay, during the first Gulf War, a lot of people don't know that the Marines went to Los Angeles Sheriff's Department to learn close quarters combat. Okay, because LASO, LAPD, those guys do hundreds of search warrants a week. Okay, going into houses and stuff. But when, if you think about what's going on out there today, with these guys, have I ever dealt with Silver and says, you know what? Yeah, absolutely. We used to have Metzger, Tom Metzger. Look that name up. Okay, he was the Grand Dragon of the KKK, and he was part of the very first movements of these sovereign citizens. Okay, actually, we shot his dog at a riot one time. Well, it was kind of, the dog came at one of our guys, and
do it, man.
They capped him.
That bothers me.
Well, it was a big, huge dog on a leash, and the KKK guy cut it loose on the cop. And the guy that shot him is a guy named Doug Timms. And Doug dropped the dog, and they ended up dragging the dog away, and their little hoods and their helmets and all this other stuff.
But I never heard that phrase, operator.
Oh, yeah. These SWAT guys today call themselves operators.
I always like the word cop. It's interesting. It actually, the origin of the word cop is the same as the origin of the word caper, because it comes from the Latin capere, which means to capture, and which of course became the English words capture, caper, and cop, which is sort of funny. But so I like that word.
Constable on patrol, right?
I never knew if it was true that it was an abbreviation for that. My understanding is that it comes from capere, which just means to capture. But I like that word. I think it's a perfectly fine word. But Chris,
drop right here, Gary.
In 3 minutes, yeah. In 3 minutes, yeah.
I mean, like the view that we're watching.
Yeah. Who is this person on the screen that I have to look? He's kind of like AI or something. And what are these hats?
That's Planet Fitness. So don't eat a hot dog.
Demented crayons in a box, these ridiculous things. So, but so when it strikes midnight here, I'm gonna, I have to call family very quickly, although I won't get through very fast, and then I'll come back and maybe we'll do some calls.
Yeah, we can do that.
You gonna go? You gonna go make some phone calls real fast?
Well, I have to because it's my family. It's like you have to call them exactly at the stroke of midnight, or it's like offensive.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you know how it is. That's the
Get
way.
in there, make it happen.
I tell everybody I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Well,
I'm sitting in a hotel with Karen.
No, but I'm like that. Like if there's somebody I'm dating or whatever, and it's like their birthday, it's like I contact them at the stroke of midnight of their birthday. You know what I mean? It's like a
stroke of the knife.
No, stroke of midnight. Like the minute it's their birthday,
I love her boy.
Gary's a closet.
It's symbolism to Anyway. What happened? Get these people off the screen. They're horrifying.
Well, what about
it's like dummy people. That is some giant advertisement for McDonald's. Look at that. That must have cost a penny.
Look on the right. My Little Pony.
And the Lion King.
So is that the ball up there?
Yeah, that's the ball.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure.
How far is this from your house, Gary?
It's not very close to my office, but it's, like about an hour from where I live. But I miss, I have to tell you, I miss Dick Clark. When I found Dick Clark.
Here you go. Here it goes.
He was, associated with this. All right, let me go talk with family.
Right, better there it goes.
Happy New Year. I'll be right back.
Happy New Year. Here it goes.
Okay. See you guys next year.
All right.
Aloha. 48 seconds. Happy New Year, Bear. Karen's sitting across from me, waving at me like, Happy New Year, honey.
Well, it's almost.
We 34 seconds. Happy New Year's, everybody, all lab rats and everybody, all the TIR folks here. Sure appreciate you. There you go, 24 seconds. Here we go. Whoops.
Hey.
Oh, is that the confetti going off or a bomb blast?
I have no idea what's going on.
It's confetti. Gary, here we go, everybody.
All right, so 2 years in a row, we're not going to get to see the ball drop. That's awesome.
Oh, if you're standing in the crowd, this is exactly what you're witnessing.
Yep, it's like we're there.
Yeah, you can't see the ball.
Nope.
But when it all clears up here, we'll be in 2026 in New York. We're not that way on the West Coast yet. Get to do this again.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year. Forget about it. There he goes. Oh, hey, look at you.
The camera guy.
All festive.
Thank you. The camera guy sucks.
Happy New Year, ding dongs.
Imagine having to sweep all that crap up.
Yeah, I know, right? The confetti company.
Dude,
imagine
too early.
Imagine cutting it up. Who cut it up? Is it machines? Must be a bunch of machines that do that.
Yeah, back in the day, it was probably some guy sitting in his bathroom with scissors.
Exactly. All the prisoners. Frank, and here's some colored paper.
We're gonna need you to knock off the license plates for a while. We got New Year's coming up.
Yeah, we're doing confetti. Congratulations. Hey, Koberger, get over here.
Yeah. You can have a banana.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year's, Gary.
Yeah.
2 minutes into the new year, and I'm already agitated.
I'd kiss you, but I know you'd giggle, so I'm not going to go there.
That was something else. But anyway,
congratulations.
Yeah. So we're gonna do some calls or what?
Sure, we can.
Wait, hold on. Josh, is your headgear blinking, or am I having some kind of psychotic experiences right now.
It's a bit of both, I think.
Wow. I keep hearing that music from Close Encounters. Remember that boom, 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 boom,
UFO-ish.
Yeah. Boy, is that hat is wild. I want you to know, Josh, that you know how I offer those signed book plates for people who send donations, little gifts to the piano channel. I want you to know that I got a request to do a doodle of you. I'm not sure if I wish to do so, but if I have your permission, I will.
Yeah, I don't care. As long as I can see it.
But why does anybody want a doodle of you?
I don't why would anybody not?
My God, it's so funny. Listen, Josh, you have your admirers, what can I say?
Be like Mona Lisa.
Did I ever tell you, Josh, about the time that a woman who watches the show contacted me and I thought was expressing personal interest in me, and then they were like, basically like, can you put me in touch with Josh?
Oh, nice. Did you ever do that?
I think I told you about it. I was horrified. I was like, eject. Bye-bye. Have a nice day. But what can I tell you? You have your admirers, I'm just a little conduit to you. What can I say?
Yeah, right.
What's going on with this stream here?
I don't know. I'm about to cut it off. But hold on. Let me get a link out and then we can take some calls. And
I was thinking that normally when people ask questions that aren't true crime related, I usually dodge them. But I feel like for New Year's, we can answer anything anybody wants to ask. You know what I mean?
Sure.
But normally I like to keep it just, true crime related. Pardon me not asking me. No, I'm not. I love It's a Wonderful Life. Yes, that is. I think, Chris, remember we were on a live together and you asked me what my favorite Christmas movie was. I think it's probably It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh.
It's pretty amazing. Are you a fan?
I love all Christmas stuff.
Yeah, that's a pretty amazing one.
It's a great movie.
Yeah. Well, I like the meaning of it.
That's right. Kruger.
Yeah. It's powerful.
Yeah. Can't look at this stream anymore. It's terrible.
Yeah. Knock them off. Make them go away, Josh.
I don't have to watch that anymore. I mean, it's like, you should put that stream 24 hours a day and just leave it like after New Year's and then watch the cleanup and then watch all the chaos and the crime and the filth that comes after the New Year's event. You wouldn't want to have the camera on it. Trust me.
They do that?
Oh, I'm just saying, like the things that go on in New York, you have no idea. You have no idea. And there's like a special degree of bizarreness to some of the stuff that happens. I've seen things on the subway you would not believe. It's like a menagerie of psychopathology. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I've seen people with iguanas, snakes. I saw a guy one time with a duck on the subway. Just sitting with a duck, totally nonchalant, like it was nothing. The duck is like, and he's like, so, like, completely bizarre. You have no idea. I saw somebody one time with a baby carriage, and in the baby carriage was a doll. I've seen everything. You have everything. Chris, does it surprise you that New York, the subways are filled with that?
No, you people are all nuts.
Of course. The best is when they scream "Showtime, Showtime," and they dance, they jump around.
Then they go around asking for a buck.
Yeah, they kick you. I can't handle it. Unbelievable. I've seen everything. You get the ones that scream about what they believe. I saw one time a woman that was completely deaf, just screaming at the top of her lungs about the Bible. It was terrifying. I mean, just really, really scary stuff. I've seen violence. I've seen people get into fights. I saw somebody pull a knife once.
Was it on you?
I had that happen to me, but it was not exactly on the moving train. But I've had.
Did you ever hear when Gary got robbed by kids?
I did. That has happened to me more than once.
Sad, actually. I feel
it's New York City, but yeah, my heart went out to that deaf woman, but it was very scary. They wound up arresting her. I've seen a lot.
I see all that at local Walmart.
Walmart is special. Don't get me. Walmart is like that cantina bar in Star Wars. Where they're like, oh, like if you want to see the weirdest stuff on earth, you go to Walmart.
That's funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny right there.
I saw one time on the L train in Manhattan, two people just basically make love, and nobody batted an eye. They were just sitting there, reading, looking at their phone, whatever. And this is going on, and the thing's dinging the stations. Nobody batted an eye. I'm sitting there thinking to myself,
were you diagnosing?
Well, it was something else. It was something else. I felt like saying to the guy, "My God, I mean, you didn't last between, Larimer Street and Metro, but I kept my mouth shut."
I used to hook those guys up.
The perverts. Yeah.
Throw them in jail. That's where they belong. They don't belong in public.
Yeah, it's something else. I don't know. I think first of all, I think that in New York, you're getting a lot of drugs, a lot of drug use, particularly with the legalization of marijuana. You're seeing a lot of that. I can tell you from my own research, cannabis does have a disinhibiting effect on people who lean a certain way psychiatrically. You're seeing a lot of that. And I think you're also seeing a lot of people that are just very poor, disenfranchised, broke, and you're getting a lot of that and a lot of anger, nasty stuff. And this attitude of entitlement is just unbelievable. And then you just get people some people are just goofy, like positively goofy people that just, they like attention. They, dress bizarrely. They dress great. It's something else. But wait till you see Josh if you come to New York. You won't believe it till you see it.
You need to hook and book, man.
All right, here we go.
It's a thing. But I love it. I wouldn't give it up. I wouldn't give it up for anything. I love it, as weird as it is. I love it. And of course, most of the time it's very safe. And but
I have a question, Gary, because you're like you're a cut and dry New Yorker, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Can you make a fire?
Yes, actually, I could.
Okay. Where did you learn how to make a fire?
Well, when I was a kid, I participated in some scout activity and learned how to do things like that. Yes.
That's why you hate uniforms.
Probably. But I learned a thing or two about how to survive and if I had to go into the forest or whatever. Of course, the simple answer is I would pull out a lighter. But if I didn't have a lighter, how do I make a fire? Yeah, of course.
See, if it ever goes sideways, everybody in the city, they're going to have real problems when they come to the suburbs.
Oh, I know. I know that
because you're a rarity, right? You're a rarity.
You can say that again.
You're rare. You're a rarity.
So you're a rarity.
We'll say it a couple times.
You're a rarity.
Thank you.
All right, let's
stop saying that again.
Because a lot of people can't even make a fire.
All right, let's
can you change a tire on a car?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you have a car?
He works with his hands, like he redoes furniture and crap.
Yeah, okay.
You'd be surprised. I mean, my father taught me all that stuff. Yeah.
Are you a woodworker?
No, but I have worked on furniture. I did learn how to restore furniture.
You make whistles?
No. But Josh, you've seen some of the furniture I've restored, right? Yeah. It's actually surprising.
We had a magnifying glass. We used to burn the ants.
He's a cop.
Yeah. But you'd be surprised. I actually I have a great respect for people that can work with their hands. I don't understand people who mock people who do trade work or work with. I think it's amazing art.
That's what AAA is for.
Yeah.
I love it.
All right. Let's take our first call here.
All right.
Cassie, go ahead. You're on. Cassie, where are you calling from?
Cassie. Here's a name you don't hear too much anymore.
Cassie. We might not hear it for a long time. Hey. Macho, stop. All right, we'll come back to Cassie. Adriana.
Hey, can you hear me?
Man, yeah, where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Minnesota. Feliz Año Nuevo.
Oh, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Happy New Year to you.
Thank you. Yeah, I lived in Argentina for some years, so I know Spanish too.
Oh, very cool.
Are you the Adriana who sometimes writes to me on my channel?
I don't think so, but I
Oh,
definitely do follow your channel and your lovely music.
oh, because there's another Adriana. That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Oh, nice meeting you too, guys, as well. I actually get to know Josh's channel through you, Dr. Gary, and I know Dr. Gary through Chris. So it's amazing to have you guys here together. Um, yeah,
Okay.
and I just wanted to get your thoughts on, the university in Arlington, Texas, that solved a 34-year-old cold case through collaboration and partnership with the PD there. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the criminal justice students doing those sort of collaborations in order to gain some experience with real evidence and files and looking into those cold cases.
I personally think it's awesome. As they say, it takes a village. I mean, look, there's a very big difference between now, Chris. I'd love to know your thoughts on this too, because this idea of using people that are learning to solve crime, even from the time that they are students, and kind of having them participate can be helpful. I think it's wonderful. For example, I work at, I have a visiting scholar title at Boston College, where I work with Ann Burgess and Victor Petreka, right, on research, and we have a whole slew of students there who are doing amazing research and can contribute ideas and so forth, and it's wonderful. But then there's another world in which people from the outside world can sometimes get in the way of criminal justice, like
Yeah.
showing up at the home of suspects and sticking microphones in their face and things like that. And Chris, I'd like your thoughts on this, because you are a different character because you are someone with a law enforcement background. But what do you think about when the true crime world, insinuates it sort of inveigles itself into the into the true crime world? Don't you think sometimes it can mess with criminal justice?
As long as it's controlled, right? Like you're talking about, Gary. I mean, these kids that did this, that pulled this off in Arlington. I
Yeah,
think it was
brilliant.
it's fantastic. I mean, and there's a lot of situations that even Stephanie Tinsley right now, just in her podcast, um, she just helped solve the case with the Innocence Project of a guy that'd been in jail for like 40, a long time,
Amazing.
40 years. How many? 3 years? 30 years? 20 years? Karen's giving me the right number. 20 years. And
what would you do without Karen, Chris?
I love her. I mean, yeah, what would I do without her, right?
She's like the good angel on your shoulder,
She is. I mean, and just
You have Jack in the Box every day.
absolutely. I'd have 2 tacos for $1. It's a good deal.
It really is.
And,
hot dogs, yeah. Although I wouldn't blame you for those.
With a $1.50 hot dog. But to answer the question, I think it's a fantastic concept. And now, is there a fine line? Absolutely. There has to be some oversight with the law enforcement authorities, because every one of those kids is subject to subpoena. And you've never danced until you've sat on that chair and realized that the music stopped and you're the only one sitting there. And, when a jury's staring at you and they're looking over at the table and there's a person there you're about ready to either send to prison for life, you better make sure that you have your dance card. And that's where I think true crime, these individuals that think that, okay, well, we're out here doing this. And, well, it's a different game. It's a different game when you're in the courtroom, because that's when it all comes to life. Okay, look at Candace. I'm not going to throw her under the bus, but look what she's doing with the Charlie Kirk thing right now. She's creating a whole defense for Tyler Robinson. I'm
not aware of that. That's interesting.
Yeah, she's just got all these crazy theories that everybody, that's done it other than him. And okay, fine. But let's wait to see what the evidence does, right? Before we say who did it. And so I hope that answered your question, Adriana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think, Adriana, about when the public, now not students, but the general public participates in true crime? I mean, I've seen it work both ways. Remember when they did America's Most Wanted or whatever? That was
Yeah.
wonderful. The way that they had the public's eye on things, but then it
Well,
going to go the other way, right?
without going any further, Gabby Petito's case was greatly advanced due to the public.
Right.
But I do agree that sometimes people are not aware of what they're getting themselves into.
Right.
Just because we get a lot of shelter from what the media, reveals when it comes to details. And it was my personal experience reading your book, Dr. Gary. Then it was a point in which it really hits you hard. Like, wow, this
Yeah.
details are gruesome, and this is real life.
Right.
It's not just another story. And I know you've talked about people sometimes stopping halfway when reading your book and just trying to
Yeah.
gather themselves and then continue reading, facing those details. So, and that
That's hard.
personally happened to me. Yep.
Well, where did you stop, out of curiosity? Which part?
Oh, I know you were gonna ask that, and I don't recall because it was a bit ago.
You
And I
remember the case by any chance that you were reading about? Because that's part
um
of our understand. That's part of the way we conceptualized evil, right?
yeah.
Was that when it gets to that point that you can't,
I
you,
believe it was
yeah, the
when,
horror, yeah,
right. I believe I remember that gut feeling when, where minors are involved. For instance, that
of
was like,
course.
oh no.
Oh yeah.
Just very difficult to read through. But I do
Unfortunately,
appreciate your expertise, all of
listen,
you
if
guys,
you want to
sharing.
understand evil, I mean, unfortunately, somebody's got to talk about it for real, right? Not watered down evil, real evil. And
Yeah,
so I
and that's why
appreciate
I'm
that.
excited if you and Josh do the Patreon series that you
Oh,
talked about.
about
That
serial
will be
killers.
very interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we'll see. But I have to say though that I have seen some things that have been a little disturbing. Like, for example, people who aren't experts, who aren't credentialed, who don't have any mental health training, get involved with like family members of victims and tell them their theories of what they think is like went on in a case, and the theory is like totally improbable and bizarre. I mean, Chris, you've seen this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And and then it gets kind of depressing, or it's
it
uh,
does
I
more damage
I
than
could cite
helping.
examples, but I won't. But I think that stuff can be complicated, and I'm sure that law enforcement sits back and looks at it sometimes and thinks like, like stop. Or the other thing that's amazing is when people that are involved in open investigations go on shows and yap. You just
Oh,
picture their lawyers, or like law enforcement sitting there like going, "Yep, keep talking, buddy," and you can picture their attorneys going like, "What are you doing?" But sometimes people just yap and yap and yap, and Chris, that law enforcement sits back and goes, "Keep going, keep talking." I mean, don't you think there are some cases where podcasts are being watched by law enforcement for the dumb things that people say that are self-incriminating?
Guaranteed. Guaranteed.
I think so. And Chris, it's a topic that is dear to our heart. That also the people who speak with expertise but don't have any.
yeah, I do agree,
That's
Dr.
another.
Gary, that when
Yeah,
it comes to people giving their opinions to family members, or people affected, it's
yeah,
definitely not smart because it's more damaging than helpful. Because you're not doing it in a safe space where there's guard rails in place for them to process what they're hearing, and like a therapeutic space will be.
right.
So,
No, it's there's a word in the English language that you don't hear too much, but I love it. It's called ultra-crepidarian, and or as Vernon Gayberth playfully calls it, ultra-crapidarian. But ultra-crepidarian is where you speak with authority about something that you have absolutely no authority to speak about. It's a phenomenon in the world, And the funniest thing is when people speak with authority mockingly of people that do have authority. That drives me especially up a wall. But Chris, you're aware of this. People that do this.
I get it all the time.
It's really So I don't know. I'm on the fence about. But you open a can of worms with your question, because it's this question of how much involvement should the general public, how much involvement should students, how much involvement should people in the true crime world have in conceptualizing a case and getting it solved? It's actually a complicated ethical question.
Well, I think it's a fascinating concept also to also remember, and Adrian, you'll appreciate probably what I'm thinking here is this idea that remember when a cold case, a case has been sitting forever, right? Or at least they think maybe the wrong guy's there. Okay. The students have the advantage of understanding both from the psychological and the investigative aspect. Okay. And I think it's important to always remember there are two separate mindsets. Okay. Behind the hunter or the zookeeper. Okay. When you get woke up at 2:00 in the morning and you go to a scene and there are body parts everywhere.
Yeah.
You have no idea
right.
when you're standing there, what type of lion, is it a cheetah? Is it what is it, right, that did this? Okay. And so you become the hunter. And you have to somehow shift your thought process to becoming the hunter. And the interesting thing about investigative work as a homicide detective is you're not only expected to figure out the angles, the direction, the motive, the angle of attack, etc. But you're also asked, once you catch the lion, you're asked to tell you why the lion stuck the axe in his grandmother's forehead. And you have to do this through a series of checks and balances, i.e. Miranda, search warrants, all of these things that say to the hunter, okay, you took the shot, but let's check the rifle to make sure all of the T's and the I's were dotted. Okay. And then that lion gets to be put into the zoo. And guys like Gary, who are incredibly intellectually, advanced, get to walk into the zoo and say, you look like a lion.
Right.
Let's talk about this for a very long time and figure out what type of lion you are. Okay?
Right. I think you're allowed.
As an investigator, you don't have that opportunity to see them in the cage. You're required to put them in the cage.
Right. Your job's done at that point, if you will.
So there's two different mindsets here that have to sync up with each other. Okay. Like, I don't think like Gary. He doesn't think like me.
No.
Okay.
But we make a great team.
Of course, just like anybody else, right? I mean, but this idea that presents itself. And I think that's one of the things that what Gary and I touch on all the time when we talk about the danger of, social media, not necessarily the students, because the students get the opportunity to have both sides. They get a case that they've already seen the lion hunter, what he's done, and they get a case to see what guys like Dr. Brucato and forensic psychologists and other people have done. And then they say, okay, let's look at what both of this, the lion hunter and what the lion examiner did. I'll call Gary the lion examiner for lack of a better term. Okay. And what conclusions did they come to? Let's take a look at this case. And then they can apply the science, DNA, forensics, et cetera, all the other sciences around that. And it comes to this synergistic effect where all of a sudden, boom, it explodes and somebody goes, aha, here we go. And John Benet Ramsey's case is going to be a perfect example of this. Okay. We had hunters who were saying, there's no way it's other than inside of those four walls. The mother, the brother, the father, whoever it's going to be, okay? But then you have science on the other side of the coin saying, hey, wait a minute. There's unknown male DNA in her underwear, on her leg, and on her shirt. Who does it belong to? It's not the father because they've already eliminated him. It's not the mother. They've already eliminated her. And it's not the brother. They eliminated him. So the hunter now becomes really important. Who drove the narratives? And why are the narratives being driven like that? And so when you think about this idea that then you add social media, there are people on social media that if I were to say, and by the way, I taught in to homicide investigators for a couple of weekends now, okay? And I always I start out my classes with, how many in here can tell me what a garrote is? Okay, and sometimes you get people right away put their hand up, okay, and then I ask, okay, do you think a mother would organize a garrote to cover up for her son that could have killed her daughter? Or better yet, do you think a father would have structured a garrote and strangled his daughter, applying it 4 separate times for sexual gratification? And then leave it on his daughter and then find the daughter and walk upstairs and put the daughter on the floor? Was that part of his sexual fantasy? And once you start thinking about this, now that garrote becomes really important, not the note. Okay? The garrote becomes extremely important. And you focus on that weapon, the choice of weapon, because that is what the lion selected.
Right. Yeah.
Do you see where I'm going here?
See what kind of perpetrator will have committed this crime in this given way.
Right. So you're not asking this concept of how did this happen? How did the note get there? How all of these things unfolded like this, right? And so if there's one piece of advice I would give anybody is focus on the why question more so than the how question initially during the course of a homicide investigation. Because what ends up happening is all of the hows start to surface when you start asking yourself, why would a perpetrator, organize a garrote? Why would he take a paintbrush, break it in half, and then tie all those sophisticated knots and then apply it to the child? Why select the child at 6 o'clock, or a child in her own bed, in her own house at one of the highest peak times, Christmas, with her parents in the house? Why that risk level? And if it is in the home, Why are the parents doing that through the risk level to cover up for a child that's going to grow up to be a man and at any time could turn on them at any moment? You see, and so this tunnel that I guess I'm talking about are two pieces of the puzzle here. Okay, are two pieces of the puzzle. If the father is guilty, then guess what? The why will come to the surface. But there are subtleties in that particular case that I've known about for a very long time, and I've asked this question many times to seasoned homicide investigators. Can you tell me about a garrote? And a lot of them can't. And so it's easy to, to sit back and say, well, the father did it, the mother, he did it to cover up, okay, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, then why is he still talking about it 30 years later? Why is he at CrimeCon talking about killing his daughter? Why is he there? Why did he just go to Denver and talk about the new DNA evidence? Why doesn't he just say, hey, I'm in my 80s almost. I killed my daughter.
No, absolutely. That's a great insight.
Well, you know who says it? Everybody but him.
Yeah.
And that's the danger sometimes, because when the DNA, if they ever find out who it is, which I think they will, because especially with, genetics and all the other stuff that's going on, when that DNA hits, who's going to tell, who in our society is going to say to the father, you know what, we screwed up. We screwed up. And while we were looking for, a cheetah, it was actually a lion on the Serengeti. And so I think it's important that these kids can do a great job. When I say kids, college students, they can do an amazing job as long as they follow the evidence and follow the truth. Don't get stuck. Don't get stuck in rabbit holes.
And well, of course, with the proper guidance.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, exactly. If they've had good teachers, but when you're talking about the general public, and somebody just gets a microphone and sets up YouTube and starts getting involved and so forth, the danger is that they don't have experience to understand the way that these people tend to operate. So you leap to conclusions that are sometimes goofy. Like you think of things that come out of the movies or something instead of understanding reality.
And then they try to submit a tip to law enforcement and just muddying the waters.
Oh, forget about that. And then they become, the pope of their belief, and aggressive toward anyone who doesn't agree with it. But look, it's like a tenet of science that if something is true, it should hold up under scrutiny. We should want scrutiny. Right, that's the whole point. But I Josh, you know what happens when people become wed to an idea.
Yeah, I mean, it becomes annoying and
dangerous.
Dangerous when a lot of people fake. They kind of fake their experience and credentials and things like that. I mean, that's pretty common, especially on YouTube. Hey, but we got to move on, Adriana.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
There are a few of those, unfortunately.
Well, thank you for your time, guys.
It's a pleasure.
Happy New Year.
Take care. Oops.
I think we have someone on hold from Australia, right?
We have a bunch of people on hold.
Oh, okay. Wow, I didn't see more than one.
Jolie, is that your name?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Florida.
Florida.
Happy New Year.
I used to live
Happy New Year.
It's an interesting state.
It certainly is.
Well, I was enthralled with that last conversation, and it was amazing. My subject is a little bit different. I admire all of you. I'm older than all of you, I'm sure. But I started watching Chris when with Summer Wells. I had never even heard of YouTube, but I got hooked with Summer Wells, and I've been heartbroken and going through all of that. And then I bought your book, Doctor. I did, and Josh, you're the latest one. But something that was said tonight by the doctor was
Oh boy.
breaking my heart. Uh, you said that 10% of men don't even want to approach a woman. So I wanted to give you my thoughts. I
Mm.
guess since I have no initials after my name, and other than being a wife and a mother for 53 years to the
That
same
that that
wonderful
is, let me
husband.
tell you, that is, I think, the hardest degree to earn in the world. I give you
so
great credit for that one.
so I wanted to kind of tell you how my thoughts on this. I grew up in the 50s,
Mm,
and women were adored in my day.
mm.
And my grandfather used to stop and take his hat off to a pregnant woman walking down the sidewalk.
Oh,
Chris, you're a perfect example of an intelligent man who knows how to treat your wife with
mm.
respect. And I've been married 53 years to this wonderful Marine that went to Vietnam,
Oh,
who's the kindest person on the planet.
wonderful.
And I have learned and watched the horror of women thinking men had it made, demanding to be their equals, get into the workforce. And I just sat and watched from afar. And I've seen the outcome. And then hearing you say that tonight, it's just like, really? Is it that sad? I don't think they know whether to open a door. They don't know if they're going to get in trouble, get yelled at. I wanted to share that I was at a restaurant the other day, a Japanese restaurant, waiting my turn to go in. And I had dressed up to go out with my husband, and I had a hat on, which I rarely wear, but I looked
Kind of
fine.
people.
But
Yeah.
I'm 72 years old, and I this young man about 25 came up and said, "Excuse me, ma'am," and I thought, well, I'm in his way, so I moved my legs to get out of the way, and he said, "No, I wanted to ask you something or tell you something," and I'm like, "Oh, me? You're talking to me?" And he said, "I wanted to tell you how nice you looked,"
Oh,
and I thought of the bravery of the possibility of rejection that he faced, but what was he really saying? He was looking at the femininity of my old-fashioned way compared to the modern way, where I see, as I've told my husband many times, when women want power and be equals, well, guess what? How does a man deal with an equal? If he's in his face, he's going to come right back at him. And this is what women have done. Um,
mm.
it's very sad. I wish somehow I could talk to young kids somewhere and tell them men have not changed since the Stone Age. They want to look at a woman and imagine. And women are being told by all these crazy people, actresses and people, singers, that you have to display all your wares, and that's such a, I'm sorry, I shouldn't use this, but such a turnoff to people. It's not, men are very simple. They just want comfort. I can't say all men, but my husband, and in my view from where I've sat on the bleachers, is they just want a good deal. They want to come home to a happy home and have someone that cares about them. It's just that simple. And we've turned all of femininity upside down, and it's on its head. So these are my thoughts, and I wish that I could, um, or together we could change society. Maybe not go all the way back to Donna Reed and my hero, though I thought I would be, and instead I'm married to a a plumber, so it wasn't like I thought it was going to be, but it's absolutely beautiful when you can hang in there. You get past the 7 year, the 10 year, the 25 years, 40 years. And in the 50s, I want to tell young people it's not about the father daughter dance. It's not about that fancy wedding and then off to the races. No, no, it's a commitment for eternity. Anyway, I'm old fashioned, but I wanted to put that out there and get your thoughts on that.
Mm.
You just preached a sermon, young lady. I think I think what you just said. You're worried about the young guys hearing it. I think they just heard it, and it's memorialized here on YouTube. And I absolutely love every word you just said. And I do have a question though. That Marine
Yes.
that you married there, tell him thank you so much for his service to this
He can
country.
hear you.
And
His name is Bob, and he's a typical jarhead.
thank you, Bob, so much for marrying way up. It's very obvious that you've married up, my friend. But more, as important as that, the fact that you sacrificed, you know, everything that you had when you had to for the love of this country, and that you came home to such a sweetheart who has obviously supported you through all these years. And I just hope that the two of you, and just by this vocal example, I think folks like you have absolutely and can continue to change the world for younger generations coming up. Because I agree with you, it's needed, and it is a sad commentary to hear that women don't feel, not all, that there's a generation of kids who can't feel that power within inside of themselves and empower themselves to do and
Yes.
say just what you said.
I
Thank you
wish
for
I could.
sharing that.
I thank you. I wish I could tell all the young men, if any of you are listening, we're. I apologize to you for my um, sisters out there somewhere that we have made you feel um, confused and what your role is. And your role is to protect us and to provide for us and to love us. And it's so simple. I'm sad for you, and I ask that you don't listen to what society says. Don't listen to those modern rules. Stand up and be the men that you were meant to be, and the women that are worth anything will follow you. On my first date, my husband took me to the beach with a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken and knelt down in the sand and put two pine cones in the sand. And he told me that one of those pine cones was us and one was God. And we can't get to God unless we have a way. And I was like thinking, who is this man? And he said, he took a little, um, uh, what's the needle called, Bob? Pine needle. And he put it from one pine cone to the other. He said, well, this is Jesus, and he takes us to God. And I looked at him and I said, why are you telling me this? And he said, because I'm in love with you and I want you to last, but I have to have someone who firmly believes, like I do, that there's love and that God is love. That made me have so much respect for him. So I don't know why women thought it was better off to put their children in daycare, in preschool, in school, so that two people can't pay for a house and a car. Whereas when I was young, one person paid for everything and moms got to raise their own babies. It's just, it has to go back. And I think the best way to do that is for men to stand up and say, this is where I'm leading. This is my faith. This is what I expect. Either follow me or I'll go it alone. And I'll bet you'll see a difference. Women will respect that. we need to be shown the truth by you men. And I thank you for your patience and your love. And as a grandmother, I'm telling you, listen to me, do what is right, stand up, put your shoulders back, and go forward. And the ones that follow are worth keeping.
Thank you.
I mean, it's beautifully said.
What
Beautiful.
what was your there are people in the audience that are they're taking what you're saying the wrong way, and
Probably.
they're interpreting you to mean that
Boo-hoo.
that women are not equal to men. That they're, I think what you're talking about is more like a differentiation of function. That there are different roles that, when they come together, can be a completing and kind of beautiful synergy. But both sides equal, coming together and being greater than the sum of the parts. But I think there is some misreading that you're implying that there should be
Because
like a parity
society has
of
told them one thing that's not true. The we are part Our part is just as important as the man's role, and maybe even more so. And when I was a child, they said the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. That has not changed. But our role is to be loving, kind, tender, and supportive. And that makes us queens and men kings. And I realize that we have heard such garbage for so long that I'm going to sound strange and odd. But I ask those that don't understand, my husband values me as the most important person in his entire world, and I the same. And when you respect and love someone with all your being, no one's ahead of each other. Like you said, it's just the roles that we have. And mine is to love him and be there for him. And he lifts me higher than you can imagine. So just take it to heart and think on it and pray about it. And and trust me that I'm right, and you've been given bad candy to eat.
Well, well, just out of curiosity, what was your wedding song?
We didn't have a song.
Oh, do you have a favorite song that you associate with your
Well,
relationship?
the one that we loved was Roberta Flack. The first time
The
ever
first
I
time
saw your
ever I saw
face.
your face.
Hmm.
Okay, wonderful. You know what I'll do for you? I'll play it on my piano channel for you.
Oh, that is so sweet. Thank
Yeah,
you.
as a way of celebrating how much you guys love each other. I know that song very well. I can play it for you.
And
Thank you.
and Jolie,
Yes, yes,
I
Josh.
appreciate what you said, and you know what, if people take that the wrong way, it's really on them. I don't take it that way. I think that you should. It was a different time, when in the 50s and the 60s, and things have changed a lot, and I don't think anybody here is diminishing the role of husband, wife,
No.
partners, or anything like that. I don't feel that way, and I know the people on this panel don't feel that way, and I know that
Well,
you don't.
I think, Josh, what the caller is saying is very interesting. I think what you're saying is that men have become afraid of just naturally doing what it is that needs to happen for two people to get together and even have a love. That
Yes.
they become afraid. I have to tell you, it was only recently that I've begun in my own life, as a single man, even begun to talk to women in public. And I have to tell you that my experience has been that they actually, in general, I mean, there's no way to generalize this, but my basic experience has been that it's a positive experience because there is a hunger to talk to somebody who actually has a brain, or who is sensitive. So in other words, you get the feeling that there's a constant process of being approached by idiots. And then when somebody talks to you who actually is intelligent or has something to say, it's like a kind of a relief. But at the same time, you have to kind of let it happen naturally. You can't go over and be like a goon, you know, that's like being inappropriate and mashing somebody, you know what I mean? But my sense has been that there isn't this terrible negative reaction. It all depends on how appropriate the guy is. You know what I'm saying? But there is such a thing. I mean, Chris, didn't you teach your own sons how to do that? You know, how to be appropriate and sensitive and so forth, and you got to learn it from somebody.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Yeah, I have great sons, and I tell them all the time, hold the door.
Nothing wrong with that. And Jolie, thank you so much for your call. I appreciate it. We got to move on.
Yeah, and I
God
promise
bless.
I will do the song for you and give my best to your husband. That's
Thank
I think 53 years. That is something else. I've not. Josh, Chris, how long have you been married?
Almost 30 years.
Oh my God, amazing, absolutely amazing. All right, wonderful. Thank you for the call.
Can you guys hear Macho? Heather, go ahead. You're on. Where are you calling from, Heather?
Can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Heather.
From Philadelphia?
Hi, Heather.
Yeah.
Hi.
I love
Happy
Philadelphia.
New Year, everyone.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
One of my favorite
Thank you.
cities. I love Philadelphia.
And I love New York.
Oh,
I love the city.
I even go to the Mummer Parade.
It's fun, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So, Dr. J, can I ask you a question?
You may ask anything you'd like. I hope.
Okay. I've been following true crime since I was in high school, and I'm in my 40s.
All right.
And
Me too.
when
I said, me too. I've been following it just as long, and I'm just as old.
Okay, so I've got different answers when I ask this question, but
Okay.
I wanted to ask you, are serial killers, are they born that way or made that way or both? Can I just get a real answer from you of what you think or what you've...
I think it's very tricky because you need two ingredients, one of which is probably biological and one of which is environmental. It's very, very complicated because you have to remember the vast majority of serial killers are psychopathic, and you have to ask yourself, is a person born a psychopath? Now, Michael Stone and I actually looked at hundreds of cases of serial killers, and we were only able to find about 11, if I remember, who had no childhood
trauma
that might push them in a negative direction. And Ann Burgess, who has studied that, has also talked quite a lot in her writing and elsewhere about how unusual it is to have no negative experiences. That what I think it is that if you have to have a certain kind of brain that relates to people a certain way, or is fearless or sensation seeking, or lacks compassion or whatever. But if you are treated well by the world, you might apply that in a pro-social way. Like you might be the person who can throw himself on a grenade and save the platoon. But if you are treated badly by the world, you will take those traits and channel them in the direction of aggression. And so what I think is that there probably are a lot of people who have a psychopathic brain that were treated well by the world, who use it in a way that helps a lot of people. So it depends on, the word psychopath has become so paired with people that are the criming type of person with that brain. We think of it automatically as, but I think, for example, there are a lot of people who are executives in CEOs and things that probably have narcissistic or psychopathic brains, but they're very good at what they do for that reason. You see what I'm saying? It all depends on how you channel it. So I think there probably are some, at least in some of these people, there are some genetic or biological traits, but then it all matters. Then the other piece of it is, how it manifests, because for the vast majority of serial killers, the manifestation is sexual. But prior to the 1960s in the Western world, most serial killing was not really sexual, right? So the culture figures into it, the manifestations. It's all about what is the manifestation of domination and control that, for cultural reasons, psychological reasons, personal reasons, is your particular way of expression, of expressing that. So so I think the answer is it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
So
I
it's a
just
little bit of both.
I don't think a person is completely. But now there are some strange examples. For example, you'd be very hard pressed in the life of somebody like Ted Bundy to find a very clear
Who was
explanation.
spoiled.
Well, you could find some things in his childhood that were complicated. So, but the
No.
reality is, like, for the most part, he's lacking most of those major things that you see in these guys, those childhood antecedents. You know what I'm saying? So it's tricky. But I think the answer is it's a little bit of both. And I think anybody who tells you that it's all one or all the other doesn't know what they're talking. That's just not reality. And the person doesn't just come into the world, wanting to go around sexually assaulting and murdering people. But now, on the other hand, it is interesting because there are some types of serial killers, for example, who are motivated by, let's say, severe mental illness, which is very rare, less 0.06%. So I think that you want to understand that in those cases there can be more biological reasons. See what I'm saying? But they're very, very rare. Very rare. And then you get the ones who are more paraphilic, who have a kind of, let's say, a sexual perversion. And then you have to ask the question, where does that come from? Is that learned or is that biological? So when you have a killer who, for example, targets little kids, who has sexual attraction to little kids, is that biological? Is it learned? Where does that come from? Have they been abused? That kind of thing. So, it all depends on what you mean about the serial killer, what you mean by them.
Well, have you ever
Different types of serial killers.
studied the brains afterwards?
There are cases in which that has been done. For example, Gacy's brain dissected by, I think, Helen Morrison, and it was perfectly normal.
There was nothing abnormal. Frontal damage. He has said he had seizures as a child.
And as I recall, it was unremarkable.
Okay.
So that's the thing. I know that Dennis Rader wants his brain studied when he dies, because he believes that he had some head injury that supposedly caused, or at least he claims.
Of course,
injury. And of course, he says.
I know they wanted to study Dahmer's too, but his father wouldn't let them.
Right. Well, there are some offenders who change very dramatically following head injury.
Right. That's what I've seen. That's what I know.
So it's interesting stuff, but you have to understand that by asking this question, you're asking like a Nobel Prize worthy question.
No.
How does evil happen? Why do people do these things?
Maybe that's why nobody could ever answer me straight.
It's not possible, and then of course
okay, I have to interrupt everybody. Happy New Year's to people in the Central Time Zone, Tennessee, Missouri, Louisiana, those places. Okay, sorry, I had to do
that. Thank you for doing that. I have to get to all of that, but you have to understand that part of what's at the heart of this question is that we do not want to believe that the average person could do terrible things. We want to think that they're like demonic or something, that there's like normal people and then there's like the crazies or the people that are completely evil. But the reality is, whether we like it or not, those people share our DNA. They are in the human, kind of spectrum. And the problem is that it raises the question, how bad can the average person get under the right circumstances? It's an interesting question. So most people under the right circumstances could do pretty aggressive things. For example, if you have a child and somebody hurts your child.
That's a different kind of
thing, right? So there's that. And then you get the kind of person that could become jealous enough to commit murder.
That's different.
Or you get the kind of person who, could be bitter enough to want to take revenge. And it starts moving up the spectrum. But at some point, you get to a place on the scale, which is what Michael Stone and I talk about, where you cross over into the thing that you could no longer imagine doing as a human.
That's the kind of...
Start using the word, right? So like Chris, for example, if you were there at the school where Ian was when the guy went in with the firearm and was shooting, and you had to protect your son or those other people, couldn't you have killed to protect?
Sure.
Are you talking about Ethan Crumbly?
No, Chris. What was that guy's name? Stephen. Can't remember him. The guy that attacked at the university. Not that anybody cares what his name was. Polito or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Couldn't you have done it? Or Josh? Somebody harmed
right.
one.
I'm not even talking about mass shooters because
Mm.
usually they have something, an agenda, like, I don't know, an agenda or something, whereas serial killers are just
Right. But the point I'm
They-
trying
is on a
serial
whole
kill-
other level.
crossover. There's a crossover from the kind of thing where the average person could picture doing something to doing it because it's motivated by your personality or your fantasies or your sex drive or whatever. And that's when you cross over into serial killer territory.
What were you saying, Chris?
Right.
Well, every serial killer starts off as a sexual predator.
I know what they start off doing. but
I'm sorry.
I know what they start off doing. Most of them.
Okay,
As
so
a
that
younger
it's
child.
but it's a learned behavior.
So it's okay.
But to add to what Chris is saying, it's complicated because it's often not really about sex. It's often using sex
About
as an
power.
expression of wanting to level the playing field because of somebody that did something to you. So for example, I would encourage you to watch the video that Josh and I did on Gary Heidnick.
I have.
Right. Okay. So you remember we talked about how you could see the progression from him
I grew up not that far from him.
to being abused to like projecting it onto someone else, and
Yes.
then and so I guess what I'm getting at is, and it's a
But
very
look at Dodd though.
well.
I mean, every one of these, every one of these personality types all have one commonality. They all have something in common. You know, they get to
the Heidnicks and the
list, the Bundys, everybody gets. They all have one thing in common, and what is that? Every single one of them.
Well,
I'm waiting for you to tell me.
Fantasy needs. Is that what you're getting at?
Good.
To me, there's a lot of things they have in common.
Okay, but what's
the ones they are?
Right? But so let's categorize down to one. What's one thing they all have in common?
Okay, tell me.
Well, it's this idea that like Dr. Brucato was talking about, this fantasy that presents itself at some point. And back in the day, the fuel used to be behind the counters at the 7-Eleven or zoned by culture and society that used to say, you know what, you don't go into that room over there because it says 18 and above. Okay. But the majority, if not 99.9% of serial killers, with a few outliers of women. Okay. But even those sexual fantasies and deviance is shifting because there's more fuel available. The fuel that has always driven these guys, and I say guys because that's the 99%. Okay. If you notice the 22 categories that Dr. Brucato's talked about, they're
My favorite book.
Oh, thank you.
It's a great book.
I didn't even read before your book came out. Like, I was not even a reader. And now I am.
But what Chris is picking up on is extremely, because what I was trying to say is that, yes, it is true that under the right circumstances, the average person could do pretty aggressive things.
Yes.
But the difference is that they would probably experience remorse and never do it again because it's isolated to their life, what's going on in that moment or circumstances. But if you have a person who says, because of something that happened to me a long time ago, I am committed because of my fantasy needs to go out over and over and over again and stimulate myself by doing this thing. That's when you start getting into the territory of the serial killer and the evil of it. Because that's when we can no longer understand that these people have human DNA, because we can't imagine that. Unfortunately, they're human. And that's what Chris was touching on earlier about how if you use your humanity, you can get these people to talk, because you got to find a place in them that you could relate to. I mean, Chris, you've seen that.
And that's what you guys do, right? That's what you and Ann and
yeah, you got to make jokes. You have to ask them how their day is. You have to talk to them about what was going through their mind. You have to, because ultimately there is a human in there, as much as people don't want to think about it. Sometimes I've talked to offenders that do things that are so disgusting you want to vomit.
David Parker Ray.
And well, I've never spoken to him, but I mean, he was dead.
He's an example of one that just never spent his day as a human.
No,
never spent his day normal.
But
where other serial killers do stuff that, at least at some time during the day, they do stuff that is at least normal in some way.
The vast majority of people, even the worst of them, have somebody in this world who they get along with and who cares about them and whatever. It is
well, there's a commonality again, even to that piece of the puzzle. Right. The commonality is they're all going to die. Let's right. I mean, think about this. Okay, think about this.
Yeah.
Even Ted Bundy was afraid to die.
He was.
He did everything he could not to.
When it came down to it, that's the humanistic side of Ted Bundy. He realized, okay, that the game was over. And what did he start talking about? It was a fascinating
time they call it or something.
Yeah, his realization, he started vocalizing, okay, about some of the sexual deviance that he got involved in. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it seems to be a common thread, no matter what. And even if you look at female killers, female serial killers, even the common thread is they were violated, they were victimized, they were abused, yada yada. But it had a sexual tone to it. Every single boy on the earth goes through this period of, and you women are much smarter than us guys. Let's just face it, okay? And I mean, that's full transparency here, right? Because you have this innate ability to bring life to the earth, okay? Men have this thread that runs through them, that every 4 or 5 seconds there is the thought process when you're younger of this, that part of our brains, okay, that are working into the game, the sexual game there, okay? It's every 11 seconds for women. Okay, so we're like 3 times as fast to think about that versus a woman. Okay, and that's been proven. Okay. And so you take that thread and you ask yourself, well, why are we always talking about men who kill women? Why is that the case?
I talk about women that kill men too. There are a lot of them nowadays.
How many are out there?
Pretty rare.
I have no idea.
I mean, testosterone makes you 8 times more likely to be aggressive.
They do it for money, for a marriage thing, most of them, or their children, because they want to be with somebody else. Stupid reasons.
But you see, being with somebody else is a sexual fantasy.
Okay.
Just in what you just said. So the motivation there, the bottom for me anyway, because every killer I've ever talked to, there are 2 commonalities: alcohol, okay, and a fantasy. No matter what, no matter who you talk to, the alcohol lowered their inhibition, and the fantasy was played out. No matter what it was, if it was a love triangle or whatever, I wouldn't have killed him if I wouldn't have drank. Okay, well, you did. Okay, we got a problem here in River City. But then you multiply that with this learned behavior. And one of the things that Gary and I have talked about extensively is this idea that there is so much fuel, and I think what we're seeing in society today, seeing in society today with all of this confusion about, I mean, the fact that young woman who just came on the last caller was, there's a question inside of the chat, about, well, wait a minute, I don't feel that way. I'm not that way. No, that's not what she was. Yes, that's not what she was saying, though. What she was questioning was, why are younger males so afraid to be, who they are? When women, some women, not all, like that as a concept. Okay.
Well, my grandmother thinks like her too. The same way.
So does mine. Okay,
when my grandfather even does, he was the worker, and I think in the chat, the women were just trying to say, I can protect myself, because nowadays women have to. We can't look for people to do that for us.
I totally agree with you 1,000%. And I think part of what she was picking up on, there aren't enough gentlemen out there today that recognize that as a strength. That recognizes it as a strength. And that again comes back to this insecurity concept. And I think that all again ties into this thread that goes through society.
The 60s, I think.
Well, one of the most
great point.
It's a great point. You're making a lot of great points. One of the most dangerous things that is happening in our culture is that men are taught that if they are not successful with women, or they don't have a woman in their life, that they are such a loser that they
Goldberger, that kind of person.
Yeah, you wind up with this
it's our fault, not his
kind of world, where the idea is a sense of entitlement, or an Elliot Rodger kind of a thing, right? There's a sense of entitlement and bitterness that you think that you check all the boxes off of what should be fabulously attractive to women.
Right. Elliot Rodger will talk about, I have this car and I dress so nice and I'm this amazing man, and girls don't like me.
Except that the part that he left out is that he was completely off-putting. I mean, the same thing with Koberger. I mean, Koberger was incredibly weird to women. I mean, the man put in his cell phone, when he recorded a woman's phone number, he would record her name as some aspect of her, like ponytail or like jogger or whatever, like as if they were an object.
He thought he was great too. All those pictures
of him. He was just fabulous, just the kind of guy that would think he was the greatest thing, since sliced bread. And I think that's exactly it, is that you're getting this entitlement, and that is what makes women not want to be bothered by them. And then you get this kind of cycle, right? Because, I mean, I have to tell you, I don't know any women who haven't had some dirtbag walk up to them and say some disgusting thing to them. Do you know how many women in New York, I'm telling you, I don't think I know anyone in New York that hasn't had a guy catcall them, touch them inappropriately, take a photo of them on their phone, sometimes even, perform a sexual act in front of them, be lewd. In New York, it's very common to be flashed or have a...
Why?
It's disgusting.
Why?
It happens.
Why is this happening?
It's happening because there is a hypersexualization and objectification of women. And
you just made my point again.
Right. The hypersexualization, and it's become aggressive.
Why? Why is this happening in our society? Why?
It's an excellent question. There is some kind of...
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, tell me.
Because there are... No. Yes, that too.
Right.
But because we as a society have lost focus on the simplicity of what we are all about. Okay. And has anybody asked the question about why little girls go to Disney World and there is a man dressed up in a dress with a beard when she's picking out a princess outfit at 4 years old? Has anybody asked that question about why is that happening? Anybody, I mean, this thought process of why are men dressing like women and working at Disney World at the princess dress shop. Has anybody asked that guy, why did you dress up like this today and pretend that you're a woman? And why is society saying, yeah, that guy's a woman? So here's a question for you. What is a man in today's society? Because I'm 66 years old and I'm confused that men can get pregnant and all this other stuff that's out there. And guess what? It's all driven by sexual conversation. I rest my case.
Well,
Go ahead. I want to hear your thoughts on Josh, because the audience is asking for it, but I think there can be no question that there has been some disinhibition of.
well, we honestly
made women rightfully afraid of a lot of men.
We'll spend more time on it, but we're so backed up, we have to keep going.
Oh,
Yeah, we got to move fast. So okay, Joey H, go ahead. You're on.
Hey, guys! Happy New Year. I feel it's more like for me, it's more like Thanksgiving. I feel very grateful for you guys existing, and there are a lot of true crime people out there, but you guys really take your care in communicating and involving your audience, which is very special and it's very appreciated.
Thank you, Joey.
Oh, I hear Joe H.
Yeah. Hey. So I have two questions for Chris, but first I want to say thank you, Chris, for bringing up the Mr. Ramsey, because hopefully with Othram and all of this picogram technology, this DNA picogram technology is hopefully he'll still be with us when they expose the truth behind what happened to his poor daughter. And what a symbol of resilience this guy every year going to Crime Con and just being a presence for so many families and so many people, the unspoken voices that we don't, the stories that we don't hear about on these programs. Anyway, so let me ask you two questions since we're backed up. One is, you had posted a picture on Instagram of your empty home, and I had mixed feelings because I kind of felt bad for you, but then I see you're very excited in this hotel for 8 days, eating continental breakfast, I guess, every day. So I wanted to ask, how do you deal with the stress of moving, number one? And the second question is, you loved your canine dog when you were a police officer, and I wanted to hear what your take is on. And I came across just in my mind, just watching all the footage Josh was playing of the ball dropping, and just thinking of the potential danger for the public. What are your feelings, Chris, about DigiDogs and these robot dogs and the comparison between your man's best friend, your relationship with your dog who you loved, but he was a partner, and these robot dogs that there's, it's controversial. Some people feel it's the beginning of the militarization of that kind of a thing with the police department. So what is your feelings about robot dogs and your dog, and how you handle in the move? Give advice to others for the stress, because you're so happy with the Detroit hat on. I don't get it. It's so stressful to move. All right.
Joey, I love you, buddy. I love you, buddy. You're rolling on here. So the move is going very well, and we Karen and I made a decision to be closer to our grandkids. So that's kind of taken some of that stress away, right? So that we can get closer to our 5 little ones, and so that's happening very well. And thank you so much. We are in a hotel. We had to shut down the microphone stuff for a little bit to prioritize getting this done. The dogs. You know what? You bring up a really good point. I don't think there's going to be an emotional bond between the handler and the robot. I don't see that happening. And so I think they're going to be more apt to use the robot dog, as a tool, not necessarily as, a different type of, they call them service dogs for a reason, right? When you bond with a canine in life and death situations, and I've had many of them with my old partner Irk, and that dog saved me. I can't tell you how many times. And so you build this trust, right?
Chris, when you say your dog saved you, it was through the animal instinct that a robot would not have. Would you say that was the case or no?
Well, no, I think he was programmed, right? I mean, he's trained. They're very highly trained, and the handlers, really all we learn to do is, make the decision of when to utilize the animal, in a tense situation, right? I mean, because they are so effective in apprehension as well as diffusing many situations, right? But you've been thinking, Joy, and I can't wait to meet you in person. Hopefully, one day we can
Crime
make
Con,
that
yeah, I'll
happen.
be at Crime Con. You'll meet me at
Let,
Crime Con. I'm gonna find you.
okay, done. Let's make it happen. So, if you think about the two things that are happening here, there are some folks that have such gifts with dogs to train them and to make them the machines that they become, right? And when I think that's the only analogy I can give is a machine. And then they try to find the handler to fit that machine, i.e., not a robot, but a real dog that you feed, that you love, that loves you back. But you always remember they're service dogs. Okay, that's the one thing that was drilled into us at the, when I went to the academy to be certified as a handler, that they tell you this is not a pet. This dog is highly trained, and you're going to work on it every single day, and either bite work or search work, article work, whatever it's going to be, to teach the dog how to smell or sniff or whatever. And once you get that partnership together and that trust starts to build, then you actually have this instinct with each other of when to use him and when not to, and the dog will give you clues. Okay, I mean, I've had situations. I had I'll just give one war story.
Yeah.
It was a gunfight down in San Diego with National City PD, and they came up north on the I-5 and they got up to our exit in Oceanside. And when they got off the freeway, they spun out and the suspects started shooting at the cops, and the cops, shot back and nobody hit anybody, and the suspects fled. Well, I got called to do, a search for the bad guy. And so I get there, I take Irk, took him he had a 30-foot, I had a 30-foot lead. I brought him over to the car, let him smell through the car, and then I gave him the command search, which was Zook, in German, Zook, find the man, okay, and boom, he was off and running and pulling me on a 30-foot lead. Long story short, he ends up capturing this guy, hiding in the brush, and the suspect was armed, but I was 30 feet away.
Wow.
Okay? So that just gives you an example of, what these dogs do for the handlers and everybody else around them, right? This guy had already shot at the cops. Dog didn't know that, right? Irk didn't know that. He was just told, hey, go find this guy. And those are the kind of things that you learn together over and over and over again. And you start picking up on these clues, what the dog's what he's seeing, what he's scenting, if it's an air scent, that kind of thing. And you start to learn each other. Okay.
Yeah.
And I've been shot at with that dog. I had a guy shoot at me 6 times one night, and I let Irk go. He tackled him in the back of the store, took him out, again, saved my life, and 3 other guys that were next to me. And so those dogs are very valuable. So I don't see that emotional connection happening with a robot.
Yeah.
I see the robot being more utilized as a tool you can put, weapons on,
Yeah,
for
it's like a
lack of a
drone.
better. Yeah, exactly, Josh.
Like a
And
drone.
like a drone, and you send the pup in, whatever it's going to be. I know Boston Science is doing a big, a lot of research on those things, and but I don't see the emotional connection.
I have to say that was so much more interesting of an answer than I thought any of us were going to have to that question. I mean, now that you say it that way, it does raise some more interesting questions. I hadn't thought about the bond between the. Yeah, that's interesting.
All right, I'm gonna let other callers get in, but Josh, that dog, your dog, that's not a robot, right? With the ear infections, that's for real, right? Just want to make sure.
If the ear infections were robotic, it would cost me a lot.
Okay, all right, guys. Have a
Forget
good
about
night.
it.
Happy New
Thanks,
Year,
Joey.
and if you guys can tell us your resolutions before you guys turn off the show, that would be cool, kind of cool. All right, take care, guys.
Do that.
I'm not going to get a man bun. How about that one? We're going to roll with that one tonight.
No, I'm thinking about bringing it back for 2026. I'm just kidding.
I bet.
Let's see here. Let's go to Rose. Rose, thank you for waiting. Go ahead. Where are you calling from, Rose?
Yay, I'm excited. I'm ringing from Sydney, Australia. Happy New Year.
Oh, yeah.
Our hearts go out to you with what happened at Bondi Beach.
Yes, actually, it was closer to home than I would have ever have dreamed or expected. We're quite rattled. We're not used to, thank God, we're not used to this kind of stuff. The little girl went to school about 10 minutes from where I grew up. And one of the ladies that my mother does exercise classes with, her husband is the gentleman who passed, who had survived the Holocaust, only to pass at Bondi. It's very sad, very close to.
Yeah.
So we're not.
So I'm sure when you saw where it happened, you knew it extremely intimately, right?
Oh, I actually went to senior high school at Bondi.
Oh.
And everybody would have been to Bondi at some stage. I mean, it was a place where you could get a gelato, which you can't get everywhere in Sydney. It's just iconic. The thing that really, and I have to thank you guys. Thank you so much for tonight, by the way, which for me is already the end of the day almost. It's 5:30 in the afternoon.
Oh boy.
So 2026 is quite old now.
And I'm sure it's terrific.
What you do is just, I can't thank you enough. Each and every one of you brings so much to my life. I live alone and you're like my little family, and I love hearing Joey and I love hearing other Aussies getting on, and I get all excited. I go, I know that accent. But yeah, just going back to the Bondi, I have to say, I think it's because I've been listening to you for too long. One of the first things I noticed was that was so well planned. How they got their car parked in that area is beyond belief. Because it's where that footbridge is like a little private car park off the main road. So you can't park at Bondi. You're lucky if you get even the parking prayer doesn't work sometimes. It's such a highly frequented place. So for them to put their car that close to the footbridge says to me how much planning. And obviously there's been planning that's, little things that have come out in the news about them and things like that. But
how'd they get their firearms?
Well, it was all stocked in the car.
No, but what I mean is, I understand that it's not very easy to get the firearms in Australia.
Correct. There's so many questions that we're not used to. We don't have that. I've got an Italian background, and my relatives in Italy are police officers, and we've had discussions about this and the impact it's had over there. And he said to me, we understand how rattled you are. We're kind of a bit numb to it, but it just blows our. We can't get it. It doesn't make sense to us.
Well, Chris, the fact that they were able to, I mean, they got those guns because they were part of a network, a terrorist network, correct? That was ultimately like an ISIS attack, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it was a terrorist attack, and so the network there is going to be connected to, the mosque.
They supplied them. In other words, they must have been supplied and told, trained how to shoot and how to use. I mean, in other words, I don't think that was planned for a week. It was probably planned for months, maybe even years. Chris, I think generally those attacks are planned over a great period of time.
Yeah, very patient.
Yes, it's very, very disturbing, and well, it's people are saying in the audience that actually it's not that hard to get firearms there. That wasn't my understanding, but that's interesting. I thought that certain types of firearms are very difficult to get in Australia.
Correct. Yes. We've had 3 major incidents, and after the first one is when they did the buyback of the guns and all the new rules and things like that. I have so many questions for you. I don't know where to start, but
Sure.
I'll just
we needed to mention that because I mean you were probably personally touched as being
absolutely, and I'm grateful that you acknowledged us and Bondi at the beginning of the show.
Huge deal.
Yeah, very much. One of my questions is, I understand that your statistics are based on the states, your work on the states figures.
On mass murder? No, it's worldwide. Yeah. It's worldwide.
It's worldwide?
Yeah, worldwide for 119 years.
Okay. So is there much sharing with the forces? Like, would the Australian police forces be aware of the kind of data that you have worked with?
Well, we will share with anybody who approaches us, any, credentialed authority that approaches us and asks us for data, of course. But have we ever been approached by the Australian government? No. But if we were, we would share it with them. But there are very, very high-ranking groups. I mean, and I mean all the way to the top that we have given information to, but we just don't advertise. But people have reached out to us and asked for very interesting questions about things that they're taking into consideration about the kinds of people who commit mass shootings. But yeah, it's an interesting question. I mean, I'm sure that if they were aware of the work, they might reach out. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess because I'm coming from a place of, we're quite junior, thank God, in our experiences. And to educate the forces would be fantastic, which I'm sure they'll do. My other question hits a bit closer to home and a bit more.
That was a better question than you realized, because I think there should be more sharing with authorities of different countries, but they don't ask. But okay, what's the second question?
My other question is around educating women, children. I'm a teacher at heart. I purposely went and taught scripture so that I could influence young people.
Beautiful.
When it comes to educating children on issues of safety, I have personal experience unfortunately, with SA. And
I see.
You have, the 3 of you have given me so much strength in the privacy of my own home with stories and things. How do you, I think, Chris, once you mentioned something about we should do a book about educating or something like that. How can we sort of strengthen the young people to protect themselves? Because, my safety radar is pretty attuned these days. I probably hear and feel and see more than I would ever want to. But it's hard to sort of communicate that when you see it in life playing out.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know if I conveyed that quite clearly, but
You know, for little kids, right? Always those moments of teaching when they present themselves in a parent-child relationship, the parent has to, first recognize when those moments exist, and that's obviously going to be dependent upon what type of trauma that the parent may or may not have had in their life, right? But there are things that children, you can start teaching them by the age of 4 up. I mean, they're still in the fantasy phase of Superman and Wonder Woman and all that, Barbies and all the stuff, right? But they're also sharp enough to start digesting simple things, like, there's no longer anything really that we can describe as stranger danger.
definitely.
Because we have, and the predator has adapted quite well to our social shifting. Evident the fact they're wearing dresses at Disney World. Okay, I mean, I don't need to say any more about that, but that is a huge shift in predatorial behavior. I will debate anybody till the end, because I've been studying these guys since 1979. Okay. And a leopard does not lose its spots. And the next phase of this is going to be minor attracted persons, MAPS. And that's the next phase. That's coming in our society. And you can say that you heard it here on, Josh's show on New Year's Eve 2026. There are movements right now behind the scenes by NAMBLA, North American Man-Boy Love Association, whose charter back in 1972, was to normalize pedophilia. If you can go back and anybody can read it in the world, it's online. Just type in NAMBLA charter. They were organized back in 1972 to normalize pedophilia. Well, in Dr. Gary's world, the 5th edition of the Gary, you know where I'm going.
DSM.
Okay, right. You know where I'm going. The 5th edition, the DSM, has changed the verbiage in pedophilia. That's the most latest edition for psychologists around the world. The 4th edition, if you read it, has different verbiage. And now it's predicated upon only if they act it out. Whereas before, it was a psychological disorder. And this is just recently, by the way. Within the last, how many years did the 5 come out, Gary?
5 came out in 2013, and then there was a text revision.
Okay. And so just think about that. In 2013, the definition of pedophilia was changed. Right behind closed doors in front of everybody's eyes. And it was given to Gary and all of his colleagues as professionals, and those that pushed back were ostracized. And those that didn't, they're all reading what it says in that. Now, think about that. So what's the next movement here? Would you have ever guessed that somebody would stand at Disney World in a princess outfit greeting 4-year-old little girls picking out their princess dresses with a beard.
No.
And guess what? So behind that is the secondary movements. Those secondary movements is these concepts of fluidity and gender and all this other stuff. Okay. My pushback has always been, why does everybody have a mother? Nobody's been able to answer that question for me. If somebody can answer that question, I'll give them $1 million. Okay. Because the next movement now, and by the way, I did a predictive analysis of the intellectual white collar predator back in 1995. That is what I am known for in the law enforcement community. I predicted, that the intellectual predator, as a result of the advent of the internet, would become much more intelligent, much more deviant, and our children would be much more at risk. And then I also predicted that violence against children we would see an uptick in violence against children, because the intellectual would compete for the same victimology on the internet, which would force that individual, which we used to call, the trench coat guy, right? The creepy guy. Whatever happened to the trench coat guy in society? Where is that guy?
Yeah.
Right?
He's gone on the internet.
He's gone on the internet. But now he has to compete with the doctor, the lawyer, the judge, the brain surgeon, the psychologist, the cop, all of these individuals who are intellectually have the ability to go after victims and a certain victimology, okay? But now this trench coat guy is in the same room with them, the same chat room. Well, guess who's going to win that victimology? Okay? You don't want to go with that creep. Are you kidding me? Blah, 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 blah. Okay? And so now ICAC teams today, Internet Crimes Against Children teams, are using artificial intelligence to compete with that individual. So online law enforcement agencies around the world are using artificial intelligence to mask an intellectual conversation as a adolescent to attract the intellect, like a honeypot. Okay, AI is pulling the bee to the honeypot. So what? Go ahead, Josh. You're muted. You're muted.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I just want to clear something up really quick, because I think that there are people that they're either not understanding what you're saying or they're misinterpreting what you're saying. And, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not about the people that he's not talking about, the people that are actually wearing the dresses at Disney. It's about the normalization of that. And then people infiltrate that as somebody that they're not, to get to be around children. It's the same thing as priests. People go into the ministry because they have access, or teachers or things like that. That's what we're talking about. I think that's what Chris is explaining. And so, nobody's bagging on, lifestyles. I mean, I'm not certain. I don't believe Chris is.
I'm not bagging on lifestyles. I'm talking about being from experience as a homicide investigator, standing over dead transgenders. Okay, if anybody in the chat's ever investigated a transgender murder, then go ahead, chime in. If you haven't, okay, then I'm just trying to help you understand the reality of what's happening. The reality of what's happening in our society. Okay, and around the world. And by the way, not all around the world, primarily here in North America. if you go to like Asia and other countries and start talking about what we're talking about, they're going to look at you like, what? What are you talking about? Okay. And so this principle of, and everybody in the chat who's, can say whatever they want about me. I could care less, but my 4-year-old granddaughter knows that's a guy with a beard in a dress. Okay. I'm not going to pretend that's a man. I'm not going to pretend. Okay. Because that makes me psychologically inept. Okay. And kind of warped, actually. Okay. And so I'm not, because, do you know why? Because it's a sexual fantasy behind the dress. And me and my gender, male, okay, has a hard time understanding why other males are dressing up and going into women's bathrooms or hanging out with kids and projecting that they're there to help them pick out a 4-year-old princess dress. I think there's a real problem here, because the next piece of the puzzle will be, we will somehow fit into that category, pedophilia, and we will normalize it as a society. And that's what MAPS is all about. And that's why the DSM was changed.
Okay.
And,
all right.
And that,
as adults, as the carers of these children, with this awareness, we should be pushing back something horrid. I mean, there's a time and a place for that behavior. The adults can do what they want in their appropriate spaces, and that's their business. But when it comes to children, it's like a red rag for me. And it's like, no, don't go there. Many years ago, when all the different sexual orientations were being discussed, they were brought into scripture education in Australia. And somebody videotaped a lady speaking publicly at a conference when the media was saying, it's no, it's not like that. And it's a bit what you're talking about, Chris, where it's like, it's the predecessor to something else that opens the door to normalizing things that really, they're just not appropriate for children. You don't have to be overly educated or an Einstein to work out that children are children, and let them, you separate. The fantasy of an adult is got nothing, that's how kids get in trouble. I have a particular bias when it comes to that. So, and not a lot of patience with it because of the damage that it causes. And unless you've walked in those shoes, and unless you feel, I mean, even within my own family, they don't get it. They don't want to, Dr. Brucato, just like how you say, we can't believe that these people create, do these mass murders and things. My father, God love him, the first time he heard that someone assaulted a baby, my dad said, no, that's not possible. Who would do that? And it's like, Papa, it's true. And he just could not believe that there are people out there, but there are. So it's a very
right.
It's a very touchy kind of subject. But
I think it would be helpful if I just want to, because I noticed people asking me to comment on the DSM thing. So what Chris is talking about is this. You have to understand that pedophilic disorder, which is what it is now called, is subsumed under a wider category in the DSM, which is basically paraphilic disorders, right? Where people have an attraction towards a group or a living thing that is inappropriate and harmful to that individual or that group. And so the changes that were made had to do with the idea that there was concern that if a person had a paraphilic disorder, not specifically pedophilic, but paraphilic disorder, where they had fantasies that didn't involve actually acting out and harming an individual, that perhaps they shouldn't be labeled as having a disorder, because the definition, the way it was set up is that you have those thoughts and they are harmful to you, that they upset you that you have them, or that they actually harm another individual. So if, for example, a person hates himself because he has thoughts about people of a certain age and is harming individuals, that would of course fall under the umbrella of an illness, because there's somebody hurt and you're. So the idea was to make a distinction where a person has like an idea pop in their head, but they're not sort of wed to it to the point that it's ruining their life and they're not harming anybody, was to distinguish that from a person that was indulging and going out and actually harm. But as far as specifically pedophilia is concerned, really ultimately there was a lot of controversy about it in the working groups and all that. They wound up basically just changing the name to pedophilic disorder. But what Chris is talking about is the wider way that all paraphilic disorders were conceptualized, where the idea was to place the emphasis on, have you crossed over from just having a thought to actually going out and doing something that hurts someone, and does it cause you any distress yourself privately? And it's an important question, but I think what Chris is getting at is really interesting, because he's basically saying if you're going to place the emphasis on that, it implies that it's normal to have the thoughts. And that is something that I suppose could be a matter of some controversy. So that's what you're getting at, right? That it sort of normalizes.
We got to move on because we got more people, and we've kicked this conversation around.
Right, but I think it's an interesting point. But that's what you're talking about, Chris, right? The change to the language about paraphilic disorders, and it placing the emphasis on thoughts versus actually acting out and harming other individuals, and that's interesting.
Now, this is my opinion. It's not Josh's opinion. Right. It's not Gary's opinion. It's my opinion. Okay, and it's based.
You're allowed to have it.
No, I know that.
It's not a problem.
Josh, I don't care what people think about it, because I know I'm going to be right.
I understand.
Okay, in the end, I know I'll be right, because when minor attractive person becomes a thing, okay. Look, everybody's going to want this conversation back. That's how just like I said in 1995, when the advent of the internet started. And by the way, for the record, for people, okay, I got involved in studying these guys before Gary was born.
That's true.
So
before there was the DSM, let's see, what year did you start?
Well, I started in 1979 is when it first.
There was the DSM, but I think that they were in, I want to say the second edition. I got to look.
Okay.
It was a long time.
So let me just reverse engineer something real fast for everybody. Okay. My expertise is criminal pedophilia, with an emphasis on sexual gratification during the commission of homicide. So guys that select children and while they're molesting them are getting sexual gratification out of it while they're murdering them.
And you've made extremely important contributions to that field.
That's my game. How did I get there is the question. 30-second overview. My son, my oldest son, who's older than Gary, was almost abducted while riding his big wheel on the street. I saw the guy pull up. I saw the passenger door open. My son was right there at the car.
Awful.
And I went after this guy. And I made a deal with God back then. This is my own opinion. You give me an opportunity, I will hunt these guys down for the rest of my life. And I am 66 years old now. I've not stopped. And I have watched patterns. And I've seen patterns. And I had a 90% solvability rate as a homicide detective. That means 9 out of 10 times, I may not have been able to put a set of handcuffs on you, but I knew you did it. I've interviewed serial child killers in prisons. The FBI sent me to various different schools.
You sure did.
And Gary, with Greg and the Cold Case Foundation, that's my expertise. That's my thing. Okay.
I know. You know wherever you speak. I mean, you interviewed Dodd.
I'm so concerned about 2026 in terms of where we're headed with this problem. Okay. We are going to be opening the gates of hell to our children if we stay on this course. And if I die tonight in my sleep, I'm on the record. We are going to open the gates of hell for children if we don't wake up and stop it. And that means we got to stop playing, okay, we got to be nice, we got to pretend. No, it needs to stop. Because behind a single pedophile are hundreds of victims behind one guy.
Yep.
And if we want to just open up the world and say it doesn't count anymore, then mark me on the side of I want to be that guy that said, I will protect the children at all costs. You can destroy me. I'm good with it. But you cannot hurt the children.
Well,
I will stand up for that.
Somebody in the audience recommended a book that I actually just got myself by interesting coincidence, which is The Gift of Fear by Gavin de Becker.
It's a great book. I've read it 3 times.
You know it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I just picked it up and because it was recommended to me actually, but it's really about signals that sort of give you clues that danger is around you and I think it would be worthwhile for some people to read. The other one that I strongly recommend is written by a member of our foundation, Dr. Salter, and it's called Predators.
And guess who Dr. Salter?
Yeah,
she said what I'm saying to your colleagues. Am I right, Gary?
So there's a lot of overlap in because of her extreme experience working with sexual offenders about fantasy fuel and the dangers of that. But in fact, her videos are used by Dr. Burgess.
We must.
Yeah, but we need to move on. So, but
more callers.
And it's 2 a.m. So happy New Year to
Thank you. God bless. Have a wonderful 2026. And if you ever come to Australia, we're all going to meet up, all our Australian listeners and yourselves, and we'll have dinner.
Thank you for your call.
There's a challenge.
Thank you. And for the record, I just signed up to speak at CrimeCon. The making of a serial child killer will be my topic.
Oh, you're giving a talk?
No, I just signed up. It said if you want to speak, sign up. So I just did. And while we were talking here, I got so tied up into my feelings about it. I put in there, here's my topic, the making of a serial child killer.
I mean, I can sign up and suggest that I give a talk?
Well, that's what people were telling us to do. So I just tried it and did it.
Send me that link. I'm going to do the same thing. That's interesting. I'd love to give a talk.
Now we got to get people to support. Tell them, hey, I want to hear about that.
All right. So Josh, who else is Heather? I think Heather is there, right?
No, we have Mab. Mab investigates. What's up? Where are you calling from, Mab?
I thought I really enjoyed Mab's last call with us.
Yeah, he's great.
Oh, you remember that?
Oh yes, I remember. It sent me down a rabbit hole looking up that case.
Which case? I thought I was talking the last time I got on with Chris on Thanksgiving Day.
No, I'm talking about when you were on with Josh.
I don't remember that. But
yeah, you called him on the show.
You called it the show that Josh and I did alone.
Okay.
That's
well,
funny.
I'm getting up there in age, so I probably just forgot.
Okay, but it was
I remember you, buddy.
Yeah, we remembered you. I remember being very impressed by that call. I enjoyed it a lot.
Okay, and I'm starting to remember a little bit. But,
maybe my voice will bring it back to you.
No, I know your voice very well. I'm gonna take
You hear it in your nightmares.
I'm gonna take a 50,000-foot view of what I think has been going on since 60s, 70s, probably even earlier than that. An all-out assault on the Near family, an all-out assault on gender, and an all-out assault basically on the Western culture in general, implemented through the school system, from kindergarten all the way to college. Somebody said, if I get your kid for, a few years in school, I got him for life. I can't remember the quote exactly. But we've just been under assault with, taking large populations from other countries, Islamic countries, African countries, you name it, large populations from one country and stuffing them into another country and expecting them to assimilate like they did when our country was first formed. When our country was first formed, it was under different conditions. So this term minor attracted adult, is that what you're saying, Chris?
Yeah, minor attractive person, Matt.
Minor attracted person. If that happens,
yeah, you should. When you get a chance, brother.
What's that?
When you get a chance, look them up. When you get a chance, just Google it.
I've heard that term before.
Okay.
And
if you want to have that in your Google search history, I'm not sure you'd want to if the FBI comes knocking on your door. I used to tease Michael Stone. I said, boy, we shouldn't write a chapter on that because we'll have to look it up. Probably be a bad idea. I've had all these different subjects. He used to say, let's write about bomb making. I used to say, Michael, I'm not Googling it.
No.
You can look it up all you want. I'm not Googling it.
About this man-boy love association, whatever the hell you call it, NAMBLA.
NAMBLA, yep.
Yeah. You've got about 3 years on me, Chris. But I've seen the trends. I mean, even Black families used to have a very high marriage rate and very low divorce rate. And they were upward mobile until some things happened that they basically, I won't get into that aspect of it, but do you agree, Chris? Have you guys seen these trends?
Yeah, I think what's really important to focus on, right, Meb? I mean, you and I have a little life, right? Well, all of us do. We all come to the circle. We can sit around the circle and talk, frank and honest. But there is this concept that children are now in the middle of that circle. And people, adults or older people or whatever, however you want to call them, are making decisions about kids as young as 4 and 5 and 6 who are still waiting for Santa Claus to come in 2026 and the Easter Bunny in about 4 months. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's this concept that says, well, I'm going to let them pick their own, fluidity.
Bullshit.
Okay. And the only person who's going to take advantage of that is the person who says to the doctor now on DS5, I haven't acted out on it, but I feel attracted to that 4-year-old. I haven't touched a 4-year-old. And the doctor's going to say, oh, well, in DSM-5, it says, oh, well, you haven't touched them? Yeah. Okay, then you don't fit the definition of
Have they
a
looked them
pedophile.
up have they seen pictures on the internet?
Right. Well, but you see, that person is not going to fit the definition now.
So they're not going to be denoted as having a problem.
It's been 12 years. We're into the 13th year now. It's 2026. It happened in 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And since 2013, look what's happened in society.
Yeah.
There's a shift. Go ahead.
There's a shift. And when you celebrate and uphold above normal people those that are transitioning, so to speak, you create an incentive for other people to follow suit so that they may be recognized and put above everyone else and get all the attention. And I'm sure there are cases of young people expressing something to a teacher. The teacher recommends this or that. The parent knows nothing. Next thing you know, the kid is taking some kind of blocker or whatever the hell they take to start the transition. You see what I'm saying? They lift these people up and celebrate it. And so they're creating an incentive for the younger kids to want to do that too.
My whole premise here is everything is based on the first word, sexual.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Yeah.
Why? Why is that so important of what, 20 years ago, 25 years ago when I was a vice detective from 1984 to 86, working with prostitutes every single night for almost 2.5 years, almost 3 years, every single night. When I would talk to these Johns, they wouldn't say, hey, the reason I'm out here is because I'm fluid.
Huh.
Okay. No, the reason you're out here is because for $20 you want to get serviced. That's why you're here. And the girls who are there, when you talk to them, they go, when I was 6 years old, I was raped.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm on the streets and chasing the needle, and chasing the pipe because they have drug addictions.
And once they got them, they got them.
Now, you see, that's real talk because that's reality.
Yeah.
And people don't like to hear real talk.
Sexuality, the sexual desire is a very, very strong thing.
It's the bottom line for the weirdness of what's going on. And this is why I just put the link again into the chat about click on that link and you'll see the Disney problem.
Well, yeah, we've known about Disney.
And so so my question has been, what's the breaking point for society, for us as a society? Are we really ready to say, oh, you're attracted to a 4-year-old and you're 36 years old, but you haven't acted on it allegedly? Are we now going to be told you have to accept that?
We better not be, as long as I'm alive. Won't happen around me or my children or grandchildren.
Well, it's happening.
I know.
And so all I'm saying here going into 2026 is we need to draw a line. We need to get back to something. I don't know what it is, but we need to be
back to our day.
We need to be asking these guys at the door, at the Princess shop, why are you dressed up like this and projecting that you're here to select dresses with 4-year-olds?
And who in the hell hired a guy with a beard to dress up like that to deal with little kids?
Well, that's out of my pay grade. I'm just worried about the 4-year-old in terms of protecting them. And by the way, I also sit as a board of director for the Greatest Save, which is the largest national child safety organization in the country. I sit on their board. I was one of the founders of that organization. Okay.
Sweet. I'm an inventor.
And people, well, it's not about me. It's about it's about us. It's about us as a society, and we're the last door to protect these kids. We're the last door.
As you were talking about AI and the internet and these chat rooms and so on, I kind of think like an inventor, and I think that we could come up with a series of protocols and develop a web crawler to crawl these chats and identify these predators before they strike.
Well, you know, if you think about it, we only register guns, cars, and sexual predators. Why?
Well, you know,
because they're dangerous.
Yes. The technology is out there to do what I just said. And I think we could locate these people and possibly monitor these people and be able to catch them before they strike.
It ain't going to happen, brother. I hate to tell you. And by the way, you have a great YouTube channel, MAB. Love you.
All right, we got to move on. We got more calls. Matt, thank you so much for calling in.
No problem, Josh, Gary, Chris. I'll talk to you guys
Thank
later.
you, bro. Have a good night.
Peace.
All right, Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
I'm Linda from Surprise.
Surprise.
I kind of got in late on your chat, so I'm not quite sure what the topic is, but
there's no topic. It's just whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, good. I have maybe this is more for you, Dr. Gary, and please don't tell me you can't you can't diagnose me. But I had how can you have a hate-love relationship with someone where you because I had that with my father, who was an alcoholic, and he used to beat my mother, and I had it with my mother, who was emotionally detached. And Josh, how about your relationship with your father after what he did to your mother? Do you have what kind of relationship do you have with him, and how do you deal with that? You know, the love-hate relationship.
Well, I'm sorry, Linda. I was away from the computer. I know your voice instantly. This is Linda from Surprise, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And when I came in, you were saying, please don't say you can't diagnose, but of course I can't. Well, but it sounds like what you're talking about is how do you move on from people that have hurt you in your family, and you're asking Josh because he's been through hurtful family stuff. And well, to be honest with you, I think that's a Josh. I think it's really good to sort of let Josh comment on that.
Also, Dr. Gary, who passed away 10 years ago, a wonderful man, but he was an alcoholic, and I had a love-hate relationship with him. Because he could be so kind and so gentle, but then when the alcohol took over, he was a totally different person. And I've been writing lyrics to songs. I listened to your channel, Dr. Gary.
Oh, thank you.
piano, and I write lyrics to songs, and there's this app called Song Chat, Song
Oh, how nice.
and I have written several lyrics and put my lyrics to songs in that into that.
Oh, I love it. I didn't know that existed. I'm
Oh
gonna write.
yeah, I think it's Song Snap, and I've written lyrics, and I've gotten about 3 or 4 songs that I related to my childhood and having to deal with those kind of things. So
Is it helping you to do that? That's a really interesting idea. You're talking about as a way to sort of sort your feelings out. You're turning them into
exactly,
music.
exactly,
Oh,
exactly.
interesting. I think
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's very cool, and I've sent it. I've made songs for my kids personally for each individual child. I have 3 kids, and then there are things I've done as an adult that I felt like I may have hurt my children, and I did a special song where I put the lyrics, and what they do is they choose a singer, and actually it's very beautiful, and it's been very cathartic for me to go through that, but um it's really hard for me because I miss my husband so badly. But then when I think about the bad things that he did, it's hard for me to reconcile myself to, do I love him? Do I hate him? What do I do with those feelings? Josh, maybe you can help me with that. I don't know.
I think it's better to let Josh address this because Josh can talk about it from the
Right.
inside. Yeah, I mean, and I think it's a great question.
Well, Linda, I I got to tell you that I've talked about this before, and I don't have a relationship with my father by choice. Obviously, I am completely content in life, having moved on from him and his destruction of my family. And it's not that I didn't at one point want what would it be like to have a dad or somebody who you called dad, and the thing was that I had that with my grandfather. Maybe I didn't really realize it as much at the time. When he was alive, he died when I was 25. But he was the one that played catch with me. He was the one that taught me how to, do a lot of stuff. To everything really that needed to be taught to somebody like me. So, I was completely content moving on from that. And, there is, like I said, there is no relationship. And, that was a decision that I made, and I've had a lot of people over the years say, well, Josh, he is your dad. And I would say, yeah, I know, I understand. And, but just because somebody's your biological father or biological family member doesn't mean that they can't absolutely ruin your life or try to. And then that's basically how I felt that he did. So, I have a lot of people that I look up to, that I, try to be, I wouldn't say be like, but take kind of cues from and stuff like that. I've always had male figures that sort of looked up, that I looked up to and things like that. But, at this point, I'm 40 now, and I'm trying to be the person that my kids and my nephews are looking up to, and their friends. And so
Did I miss your birthday, Josh?
it was in November.
I said happy birthday, right?
You did, yeah.
40. Oh, I would say I hope I didn't. I know we just talked about it, but I would hate myself if I didn't say happy birthday. That's a big one for you too. 40. My God.
Yeah, no, it's nice. Yeah, but it's just I don't. I don't actually. I don't crave the. I mean, first of all, who would want a father like that? I mean, not me. But I'm
Here's
stuck
my
with him.
dilemma. Okay. And Dr. Gary, and you can weigh in on this. Like I've said before, and I've talked to you before about my mother being emotionally detached. She never hugged me. She never said she loved me. She just, it was like I didn't exist. And even though my dad, who was an alcoholic and who used to beat my mother very badly, but only when he was drinking. Well, there's one incident when he wasn't drinking where she put him in jail and he did beat her up. But I had more affection for him because he did things with me. He would dance with me in country with country music. He would hold me. He would tell me that he loved me, whereas my mother never did any of those things. So as bad as a person he was with the alcoholism, I loved him more than I did my mother because he did show me attention and he showed me affection. So I have no affection for my mother. I mean, she's passed away a long time ago, but because, and the thing is, Dr. Gary, this is another thing because I know a lot of times the way you're raised and how you're treated by your mother or whomever has, can have a lot to do with how you treat your family when you're an adult and you have children. And I know my mother did not have she didn't have a good mother who treated her very well. But I can't imagine doing that to my children. I mean, I'm very close to all of my children, and I cannot imagine being so emotionally detached that you don't pay attention to your child. And I've struggled with this all my life, and it's affected my self-esteem, making me feel like what's wrong with me, that I'm not good enough for her to love me. But as with my dad, I knew he loved me, but and I knew alcoholism is a disease, but at the same time, at least he showed that he loved me, and my mother never has. She never did. So I don't know.
But just so I understand, hasn't virtually every other person you've ever known loved you? All the other people other than your mother? Haven't most people loved you?
Well, I think my children love me, my grandchildren love me. All the relationships I had in like when I was in high school and stuff with guys, they always dumped me first. I never, and that affected me as well. Every guy I ever dated dumped me. I never dumped them, and that had a negative effect on me as well. So I've grown up not feeling like I'm worthy to be loved.
Yeah, I understand. Sometimes it happens to sensitive people. I mean, I can relate to that feeling. I understand that feeling of you sort of wonder what's wrong with you, because when you're an empathic person, you just want everybody to be sort of happy. So you think, what did I do? What could have I done better? What did I do? And chances are, as the empathic person in the dynamic, your crime was what? That you knew how to love and the other person couldn't, or the other person couldn't attach the way you could. I've been there, believe me. For all of the compliments I get about my ability to help people or intelligence or likability, you'd be surprised how many meals I eat alone. And the thing is, that's just the way that it is, because I think when you are a person who can really love people and attach to them, you're very, very threatening. It's very, Jung used to talk about how the most empathic person in a family is the most scapegoated and the most dangerous, because the empathic person has the ability to tell it like it is, and tell the family, no, you can make up all the stories you want. The problem is not me, it's you. problem is you're drinking. The problem is your personality. The problem is you're cruel. The problem is you're a fool. And the family will scapegoat that individual because they're the one that is like the truth teller. And unfortunately, that's going to happen to people. And the irony is that those are the people that go out in the world and wind up being the healers of other people. So you get this paradox where you could go out and help people learn how to love and forgive their family and all that, but you yourself have never really received it. It's this strange phenomenon of being like the fountain that can't drink of its own water. And and I love people like that. I think I can relate to a certain extent, but I love people like that because I think people like that are the most purely loving, because they get absolutely nothing in return. And I'm trying to tell you that it is true that you probably have been different in your family and in the world, but you're not different because you're broken. You're different because you have a kind of maturity when it comes to being able to give and receive love that is not possible for a lot of people. And you have to understand that most people are very uncomfortable with somebody attaching to them well. They feel very suffocated. They get very scared. And someone in the audience said they hate the term empathic. I can understand that, but what better term is there? It basically just means a person who is particularly sensitive to the feelings of other people, and who sort of swims in the world of emotion. So what I'm trying to say to you is, I think you are different, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's that it's like the old fortune cookie that I once got, which I still have the fortune on my refrigerator. I've had it for so many years that it's gotten a little brown spot around it on the refrigerator. And it says, it's only when those around you have changed that you'll finally belong.
Well, I've become the total opposite of my mother. I've broken the cycle because I can
Where's
be
Chris, by the way? Is he coming back?
be affectionate because she was so not affectionate at all that I can go up and hug a stranger, and then they look at me like, why are you doing that? And I'm very affectionate and emotionally there for my kids and for my grandkids.
I know. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, in other words, what you're saying is that what you're acknowledging, which is something, we have to talk about this. This is something I discuss with people therapeutically, right? But here we're not talking therapeutically. So just in general terms, it is important for people to understand that it is not possible to get into a DeLorean, get into a time machine and go back in time and undo this stuff and whatever. All you can do is let the buck stop with you. That's true in your case too, Josh, right?
Yes.
The buck has to stop with you. And you say, I am not going to let this chain, this endless chain of people abusing people and being terrible to people, it's not going any further than here. I am going to choose to let the people around me know, just because they were born, that I love them, that there's nothing they're going to do that's going to sever the binding, the mystical chain that connects our hearts. Never going to happen. And that is a gift. If you have been lucky enough to have a parent that made you understand that, you are the luckiest person in the world, because it predisposes you to understand God and to understand the nature of how to love other people. There are so many people in this world. I have to tell you, when I think about the Last Judgment, one of the great fears I have for a lot of people is that they will be accountable for the way that their treatment of people robbed those people of the ability to love other people. Because there are people in this world who are responsible for making people think that no one loves them, that they should be cruel to people, and that chain ultimately starts with somebody. And I worry about those people spiritually. I really do, because they don't realize that through their craziness, their awfulness, they have robbed the people afterward of the basic ability to believe that they are loved that the world is a good place, etc. And it takes years of therapy, years of kindness, years of work for those people. Sometimes they're 50, 60, 70 years old. They still haven't learned it. I mean, listen to what you're saying, Linda. You're still trying to figure this out now.
Oh, I've been in therapy. I have been seen so many. I can't tell you how many.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So so what can you do other than be the one who says it's going to stop with me?
Yeah,
and I'm going to love my children, and they're going to know that I love them, and they'll go out into the world and love people without that problem.
And they do.
And you've done that beautifully. Right. You've been a model. Every time you've called in, it's been very clear, and I know that Josh will echo this. You have been a model of everything a person could possibly want in a mother, or possibly want in a daughter, or possibly want in the woman in their life, because you are kindness incarnate. You've never, ever, ever said a cruel thing about anybody. I've heard you go out of your way to bend over backwards to say kind things about people that have done horrible things to you. And I think that, Chris, Josh, you've heard Linda call in many times, right?
Oh yeah.
And don't you agree with me?
Every time
it's beautiful.
Callers.
Love. So I'm trying to say to you, and I swear, Linda, what you do, I swear, you call in for like a shot in the arm from us to remember this, and then like enough weeks will go by, and you need to hear it again, because I think you can't sustain it. Am I right?
I need validation. I do need validation that what I'm doing and how I'm reacting and how I'm treating people is the right way to.
So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to write to me, and I'm gonna ask you to give me an address, and I'm gonna send you a little note, and I want you to put it in your wallet or your pocketbook, and you can pull it out and read it anytime you need to hear what I'm gonna say in there. So you don't need to forget it. You'll forget it. You'll open up the little note and you'll say, I remember. You understand? But don't forget to do that. And I promise I will. I'll send you a little note, and you can carry it forever in your wallet or your pocket. Okay.
Okay.
And it'll remind you. Understand? Because I understand the idea that when people don't have parents that help them stabilize their sense of themselves, they can't go more than 5 minutes without needing somebody to remind them that they're loved.
Exactly.
Right. That's how it works.
You're exactly right, because when my aunt and uncle, when I went to live with them, my aunt never, she always put me down. Now my uncle, I knew he loved me. He was my mother's brother. He never said he loved me, but he did things to show that he did in other ways. But my aunt, I mean, like I told you before, she told me the only reason I had friends and boyfriends is because they felt sorry for me.
Well, listen, don't underestimate the power of jealousy and what people say to you. But I just want you to please send me a note with a place to send that to you, because I really think it'll matter to you. I really do, and I know just what it's going to say. But I want you to do that, because I think it is a great tragedy that you get to be light to so many people and you don't get to know it yourself. And I just think that perhaps that's the essence of love. It's almost like a kind of agape kind of love, right?
Yeah.
It's a sort of godlike thing, right? You love and you get nothing back, But the thing is, I just want you to do that, and I'd like to give you that gift.
Okay, that would be wonderful.
All right. And in the meantime, I appreciate so much that you called in and that you told me you listened to the music. That means a lot to me. And it's very embarrassing and kind of hard to put your music out there, so it means a lot to me.
Oh no, it's not embarrassing. Actually, I don't know if you know about Snap Snap.
That thing that puts the lyrics on.
I've written a lot of different poetry, and I've actually gone onto Snap, and they put they select a person to sing it to my and I've sent it to all to my children, because I've written a lot of lyrics specifically to each of my children, and their songs are absolutely beautiful. My children do appreciate them, and yeah. So
That
sometimes
reminds me of the Did you read a lot of poetry?
I do a lot of poetry. I have a whole
Oh,
book.
good. Do you ever read Anne Sexton?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you should read.
Okay.
I'll send you an Anne Sexton poem. I think you'll enjoy.
Okay.
But so
A
listen.
book of
Please
poetry.
find me on the internet.
Okay.
Write to me. It's very easy to find me, or you can just write to me on the piano page,
Okay.
and I'll give you my email.
Yeah.
I would love to. I really promise me that you'll take the little paper and you'll put it in your whatever you use, your pocketbook, your your wallet, whatever, and just when you need it, open it up, okay? And so now I've got two things to do. I've got to do that, and I've got to record the first time ever I saw your face.
Oh,
yes.
You were doing Bee Gees. What was the one song that you did that? It was beautiful. I can't remember which song of the Bee Gees you did.
What? Oh, I started a joke. I bet. Chris
yes, I started.
Probably knows that song. That's the period of music Chris and I both love. I'm sure he knows that song.
I love them. Yes.
Yeah, Chris, you know that song. I started a joke by the Bee Gees.
No.
Yeah, there you go. It's a great song. Great.
It's a great song.
I did Cat Stevens too. I know Chris also likes Cat Stevens. Yeah. So I did Father and Son. It was one of the great songs. Yeah, I love it. Oh yeah, we should do it together sometime. So that'll get us at CrimeCon. We could be outside with a big basket collecting a couple of bucks playing.
Linda,
okay, we can call us up the crime cons. Okay, well, I appreciate it. Thanks, Linda. Do we have someone else, Josh?
One more call.
One more. Oh boy. Okay.
We're closing in on midnight. What time is it for you, Chris?
12:38.
Oh, so you see, everybody else is there. See, I'm the only one that's not there yet. I need to be in the.
Oh, that's a good idea. Cats in the Cradle. I hadn't thought of Harry Chapin.
Cats in the Cradle.
Oh yeah, it's a great song. Josh, Chris, you know Cats.
Yeah, I know the song. Mel,
a wonderful song. Yeah.
Thank you for waiting.
Hi, can you hear me?
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Australia.
Very good.
Is there an echo that you can hear?
No, you sound fine.
No.
Okay. Hi, guys.
Move away from the tin can. We'll be okay.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I just wanted to say that I really love your show. This is a question for Josh and Gary. I just wanted to say that, Josh, I've had a similar experience to you, and sorry. I didn't want to cry. Sorry.
Take all the time you need.
My mother was murdered when I was little. Sorry, and I wasn't really told about who she was as a person. Sorry. So I just and so my memories seem like they're implanted. Like I don't know what's real.
Yeah. Right.
So
that's a very common experience in people who've been through things like that.
How old were you?
I was 5, and she was stabbed in front of me, and I was taken in by my grandmother, but they didn't want to talk about it because it was too hard. Sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
So I can, I feel like I have a kinship with you, Josh, because it's quite similar.
Sure.
Except I didn't have I didn't have a grounding force to love me or talk about to celebrate her. So yeah. So and also she was 25 and yeah, just I was just wondering. I have a really and I didn't have therapy or anything.
Well, hold on a moment, because you're going someplace with this that is very, very important. But I want to just understand. I think we all do. Who did this to your mother? Was it like in
My
Josh's?
dad. My dad. Yeah, my father.
Very, very similar to Josh's situation, where your dad
Yeah.
was directly responsible for. And do you know what the reason was? Was it impulsive? Was there some psychosis?
He was just
What was it? Drugs? What happened?
no. He was very similar to Josh's story. Just
Jealous?
very controlling. Told me to be a prostitute. And he said that he would kill her. He would kill us, the children, if we did, if she didn't do what he said. Sorry. I've got some notes here, and the first one is "Don't cry." So yeah.
How can I cry? I mean, I still cry. I cry all the time. I mean, you know, we're just humans. I mean, I know it's typically inappropriate to ask a woman her age, but do you mind if I do?
Yeah, that's the next thing I was gonna say. I'm just turned 50, and she only lived till she was 24, so I've doubled her age, which is quite difficult.
Yeah. Well, you know, when my mom was 23 when I hate you know, comparing you know, when I turned 23, I was very upset about it because I realized that 23 how young and how much I hadn't done yet in the world, and how much, you know, that how much more there was to do, and it's bitterly unfair. It's still to this is unfair. You know, my son got married last year, and I really enjoyed the wedding, and I had a great time at the reception. But the whole time, I kept thinking that my mother should be watching her grandchild get married, and I wish that I could have put that out of my mind, and I just couldn't. But by the way, I wasn't the only one there that felt that way and you know, expressed it. It's a feeling of robbery. It's the ultimate betrayal. It is it's horrific beyond words. And I know, you know, when you say it's similar, it's not. It's not similar. It's exactly what happened.
It's the same.
Just
except a different
weapon.
Yeah.
Is your father still like Josh's is?
No, he got 13 years.
Jesus.
Australia has very, very stupid laws, and then he harassed me and my sister, but like he would, like you with parole and things like that, like he would threaten to kill us, like when I was like 18, 20. He'd like try and find us and things like that. So
where is he now?
Yeah, it's very. He died.
Deceased, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, he died but only a few years ago. So it's been like probably I was 40, maybe 45. So
did that open
like
up
being hunted?
Did that open up a lot of pain for you when he died, or was it a relief?
No, it was a relief because I felt hunted my whole life. Like, because I didn't get therapy and until I was like 30 or maybe 40. and there's no victim services or anything. So I don't know, like there's a lot of things that are better about Australia, but it seems like, and you know, like Josh, you've talked about having victim services and also being involved in
Yeah,
helping other people. You know,
absolutely.
we didn't have anything. It was just like a very isolated. It was just like it happened, and then it was never talked about again. So my dad was in jail. My mum, you know, I'd witnessed my mother's murder, and then I didn't, you know, there was no help, but like the whole family, but um, we weren't even allowed to like have pictures of her around.
How many siblings do you have?
I have one,
Who
but
all witnessed this?
yeah,
And did you both have a similar experience of this, or is it very different the way that you feel about it and
she
react?
was she was a year older than me, so she, you know, I don't know how many of my memories are actually real because she, you know, she's told me things. Because she was that, you know, a year is a big development in that five, you know, in those young years. So,
My sister was,
Yeah. There's so many
my
parallels
sister,
between your story and
yeah,
Josh.
that's what,
it's
Yeah.
exactly,
that's why
because, and I'll tell you, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I just tell you that
Remarkable.
I have met dozens and dozens and dozens of people just like us over the years.
I haven't met anyone, and
Well, nice
that's
to meet
why. Yeah,
Isn't,
me too.
isn't that the most beautiful word, us?
It's us.
When
Yes,
Josh said that word, didn't
that's
you feel touched by it?
We're in
When
an
he said us.
exclusive club, not one by choice, not one that we wanted to
yeah.
be here. And
I never.
it's nice to meet you.
Sorry,
It's
you
okay.
too. I never call into any shows, but
That's like the
I,
beginning of a
like I
beautiful.
said,
Remember,
sorry, what was that?
I said this looks like the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah, and I love you too, Dr. Gary and Chris.
Yeah, but I think there's something very special about the parallel
Yeah,
between you and Josh, and I think you and Josh should connect because
I'd love that.
well, Josh, how would you feel about that if the caller?
Well, I mean, I was gonna offer that. Don't worry,
I
Gary.
know you were. I could read your mind.
I just
That word
it's a,
is very important. You've got to make a family that isn't a family that has things like that. You have to make a new family.
Yeah.
yeah.
I got to tell you that, like I said, because of Victim Witness and because of the programs that we do have here in California, not just in California, but and they really do, emphasize the children and from domestic violence situations, and it's so, obviously it breaks my heart that I know exactly what you went through. You know exactly what I went through. I was terrified of my father when I was a little kid. When I lived with my grandparents, to the point where for a few years that we would walk to every at night before bed, we would walk to every door and window, and they would prove to me that it was locked and that nobody was coming in the house.
Yeah.
My sister would lay in her bed scared to get up to go to the bathroom, to the point where she would pee herself. And she would never say, the thing is, she would never say why. And they would always say, why are you, 'cause she was really little, why are you wetting the bed? And they thought that she had a problem. Well, her problem was fear.
Yeah.
She was just flat out scared to get up and walk around the house at night. And it's a terrifying feeling. And I don't necessarily fear my father anymore, and I know that you did for years, and I did fear my father for a long time. My father's an old man now who walks with a cane, and he's
He,
pathetic.
my father, he just kept doing like crimes to other people and kept going back into jail. So he was out. I was 18 when he got out. So then he found us, and we kind of were like, maybe we could have a relationship. And then he proceeded to like want to do drugs with us and things like that. It was just weird. But anyway,
Now,
it's a complicated story.
And we can, we can connect. If he's, I'll put my email in the comments, or actually, I'm going to put it in the back chat right now. Do you know where the back chat is?
Yeah, I think so. Like, there's a message symbol. Is that it?
Yeah, and you can see there's some stuff. But so my email's back there. Take that.
Oh yeah, I got it. Yes, I see.
And we can, we can definitely connect and talk, because it's. I mean, this is, to be honest with you.
I know it's late. It's late. I'm the last person. I kept getting kicked out of StreamYard, so I was like,
well, I
don't know how to use it.
But what were you going to say, Josh? Is that you were going to say, to tell you the truth? What? What were you going to say?
What do you mean?
You were just about to say something like, well, to tell you the truth, it's getting late, or to tell you the truth, I can't get.
No.
There are here. What were you going to say?
All I was going to say was that we could have, we could share more of our experiences.
Yeah.
Because, and what I was going to say was, to tell you the truth, that's why I'm here.
You do a great job.
This,
and you all do a great job of what you do, and
right.
And Dr. Gary's a Pisces king, and you're a Scorpio king.
I am indeed. And Chris, according to that, I am a Pisces. That's true.
And Chris is a Libran king, and I've been watching it for a while. I think so.
Are you a Libra? Is that true, Chris?
She nailed me.
No, she's 100% right.
I've watched you for a long time, but and I appreciate all your hard work for helping victims, and with humor and kindness, and thank you for taking my call. And
family.
My name's actually Melissa, but I know that you've had I think it was last thing you had 3 Melissa.
Yeah.
So that's that's like my middle name.
Well, can I just say something before you go, and then we're going to ring in the New Year where Josh is, right? I think in a few minutes. So I just want to say something.
Oh, okay.
You want to understand that when you have a parent that is being victimized by somebody who is, in whatever darkness. I mean, God only knows what was going on there. You have to imagine you and your sibling, who I think you said is a brother, right? Is it a sister? Sister, excuse me. Where I got brother from. So you have a picture you and your sister, sort of like your mother, on the way out of the world, takes this light, this good part of herself, and puts it inside the two of you, like inside of an ark, okay, for safekeeping. And now she's not here anymore. And now that darkness wants to destroy you and your sister too, like King Herod, killing all the infants, Okay, so now the two of you have survived him, but ultimately for decades he wanted nothing more than to stamp out what was left of her and the two of you. And you survived. See? So now the idea is, with him gone, you've got to take whatever light your mother left and hid inside the two of you for safekeeping, and you've got to go out and spread it. And that's how she stays alive. See? Because he couldn't destroy it, because that part was put in the two of you for safekeeping. So he didn't win. So the question is, how do you take that part of your mother that was put inside of the two of you and go out and do something with it? Josh does. Josh takes what his mother put in him for safekeeping and goes out in the world and fights this stuff. What do you do? How do you do?
I've tried to teach my kids to be good people, which is the most important thing, I think. If you have kids, I've just tried to be a good mother.
Good.
But I am a good mother. So
I think anybody who hears you for 5 seconds can tell that. And don't you see what I mean? That in that way, he didn't win.
You're a great mother.
No.
He didn't really, how do we say this? He took her earthly life, but he didn't really kill her. Because
I just don't know her.
Right. Parts of
I
her
don't know who.
were hidden in you and your sister and survived.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You say you don't know her. You don't know her. You don't know your mother.
Oh.
No, they didn't teach me about who she was, like what kind of person she was, so it's hard to.
I know, but I would imagine that she's a lot like you.
Yes.
I would imagine that she was a loving, caring mother who tried to protect you the best that she could. The same thing that my mother did. My mother saved.
Yeah. She saved us. She saved us because he was coming. He was coming for us. So.
Well, we were hidden away.
We were hidden
away because the most important thing in my mother's life was her children, and that was evident through everything that I've ever experienced. It's because of her. The same thing with my sister.
That's right.
And so I would imagine that your mother is you. You are your mother, and she is you. You guys are and you know, I take great pride in knowing that half of my DNA comes from my loving, caring, wonderful mother who was so. I tell you, the one thing that I always notice in the few photos that I have, and I don't have a lot, is that I would always say, God, we were such clean children. Meaning, you know, I see pictures of kids, you know, and they're out playing in the dirt. Well, you know, I asked my grandma about it one day, and she says that's because she changed her clothes 5 times a day, and we used to tell her to knock it off because kids. You say, nope, not my kids, not my kids. My kids are, you know, she changed her clothes all the time. My sister remembers it. And
the same here. All the photos I do have, we look clean when our hair is cut, our clothes are clean. So
you can tell what kind of a mother she was.
Absolutely.
And I want to say, so it is New Year's here on the West Coast.
And what a perfect moment to ring it in.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize.
You didn't.
I just.
What are you apologizing for? It couldn't have been a more perfect moment.
I'm so happy that you called. I would like you to email me, and then we can
that would be great.
I love this moment. I really do. I've come to really live.
It's like
these moments on the shows. They're very beautiful, you know. And look, in a nutshell, your mother and Josh's mother, they put their kids in the ark and set them adrift, and they were safe.
We're survivors.
You survived the storm on the ark.
Chris.
Right. And the line goes on.
It's bedtime. We're going to bed now.
I'm listening.
Thank you so much.
Enjoying.
Hey, so
that was a marathon. Yeah.
By the way, did you get my email?
Me?
Yeah, I did. Just I won't say it. Yeah, I've got it.
Okay. Yeah, Chris, did you get my email too? Well, Melissa,
you guys are also very, very funny. You make me laugh a lot.
Well, thank you.
When you all get together.
Thank you very much.
It's all about.
Thank you.
It's all about the
Happy
man bun. About the man bun.
The man bun. Thank you so much.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye. All right, there it was. What is it? 4.5 hours.
That was pretty amazing when that we got that call, Josh. That was like I've got to tell you that was a very, very touching call. We've gotten a lot of very beautiful calls, in our day, but there was something about that was just I don't know, something special happened there between the two.
I think so too, and
yeah, I think that was very beautiful. I was really, really. I don't know. I sometimes I think God makes use of everything.
Sure does.
I think it meant a lot to the caller.
My dogs are going crazy. I gotta go. You gotta go. We gotta go. Happy New Year, guys. And we'll see you on the next one.
Buon Capodanno, as we say.
See you for the next whole year, 2026. The Roaring 20s are almost over, guys. We're past the halfway point.
Synchronize.
I don't think 2025 could leave quickly enough, so I'm glad it's over. Let's hope 2026 does not even remotely resemble it. It was rough.
It was. All right, guys. Thank you so much for hanging in with us, Dr. Gray. Thank you for hanging in. Callers, thank you for staying on the line. Thank you for all the love and support and the donations. Dude, the fireworks are going crazy over here. So
they're probably making the dogs go crazy.
Well, they're already crazy, but we'll see. But tell Buddy I said hi.
He's asleep on the bed.
That's where you're going to be right now.
That little turkey. Aloha.
All right, guys. Take care.
Bye.
Yep.
All right, Dr. Gary. Thank you guys again for being here. I appreciate it so much. And we'll see you on the next show. Appreciate it. Macho's out there. He's just barking away, man. Can't help himself.